Indiana night. Down here at the age of 18, knew the boats where they were more than they see. I was introduced and the boat started grooving. Said I dig you, baby, but I gotta keep moving on. Keep moving on. Last chance to Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel someone creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. I don't know, I've been told, never slow down, never grow old. Tired of screwing up, tired of going down, tired of myself, tired of this town. Oh my, oh hell yeah. Honey, put on that party dress, buy me a drink, sing me a song, take me as I come, cause I can't stay long. Last chance to Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. Pigeons down Market Square, she's standing in her underwear, looking down from a hotel room. Nightfall will be coming soon. Oh my, oh hell yeah. Gotta put on that party dress. It was too cold to cry when I woke up alone. I hit that last number and walked to the road. Last chance to Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this time again. She's got a smile, and it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything's fresh and bright. It's a bright blue sky. Now and then when I see her face, it takes me away to that special place. I stay too long, probably breaking down and crying. Oh, sweet child of mine. she thought of the rain. Hate to look into those eyes and see an ounce of pain. It reminds me of a warm, safe place where a child I'd hide, pray for the thunder and rain to quietly pass me by. Oh, sweet child of mine. Oh, sweet love of mine. Child of mine. Oh, sweet love of mine. Oh, sweet child of mine. Oh, sweet love of mine. Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Sweet child of mine. Oh, where do we go now? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Sweet child of mine. Gonna take a freight train down at the station, Lord. I don't care where to go. Gonna climb me a mountain, highest mountain. Gonna jump off, nobody gonna know it. Can't you see? Oh, can't you with that woman love she's been doing to me. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman love she's been doing to me? Gonna find me hole in a wall, gonna crawl inside and die. Come late tonight, mean old woman, Lord, never told me goodbye. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman, Lord, she's been doing to me? Oh, can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman, Lord, she's been doing to me? Drive a ticket now, as far as I can. I ain't never coming back. Take the southbound all the way to Georgia now, till the train runs out of track. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman love she's been doing to me? Oh, can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman love she's been doing to me? Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman love she's been doing to me? Oh, can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman love she's been doing to me? Where are you going? Your long face pulling down, don't hide it away like an ocean. But you can't see, but you can smell and the sound. Waves crash down. I am no Superman. I have no reason for you. I am no hero, oh, that's for sure. But I do know one thing: where you are is where I belong. I do know where you go is where I wanna be. Where are you going? Where do you go? Are you looking for answers? question under the stars. If along the way you are growing, you can rest with me until a brighter day. You're okay. I am no Superman. I have no answers for you. I am no hero, that's for sure. But I do know one thing, is where you are, where I belong. I do know where you go, is where I wanna be. Where are you going? Where do you go? Where do you go? Where are you going? Where do you go? Where are you going? Where do you go? Tell me, where are you going? Let's go.
All right. Hope everyone's enjoying the music. The show will be starting at the top of the hour. Here's some things you can expect from the event today. You're going to have access to over 40 different vendor booths, about $20,000 in prize giveaways, about as many discounts as you can possibly imagine, as well as a chance to network and socialize with your fellow locksmiths. All that and more coming up. And in the meantime, please enjoy some more songs.
Crossroads seem to come and go. Oh, gypsy flies from coast to coast, knowing many loving none. They're in sorrow, having fun. But back home, they'll always run to sweet Melissa. Freight train, each car a it's the same, all the same. No one knows the gypsy's name. No one is his lonely side. I know blankets where he lies. And on his deep dreams he flies. Sweet Melissa. Again the morning comes, again he's on the run. Sunbeams shining through his hair, appear not to have a care. Well, pick up your giving, gypsy, roll on, roll on. Cross the road, will you never let him go? Lord, Lord. Will you hide the dead man's gold? Will it lie beneath the clay? Will his spirit roll away? But I know he won't stay without Melissa. Yes, I know that he won't stay without Melissa. I am an old woman named after my mother. Old man's another, the child has grown old. Dreams of lightning and thunder were desire. This old house burned down a long time ago. Make me an angel that flies from a gallery. Make me a poster of that old rodeo. Just give me one thing I can hold on to believe in this living. It's such a hard way to go. I was a young girl, I had me a cowboy. He wore much look at just a free rambling man. There was a long time, no matter how I tried, those years that just flew by like a broken down day. angel flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of that old rodeo. Just give me one thing I can hold on to. Believing is living is such a hard way to go. Flies in the kitchen, I can hear their own buzzing, and they ain't done nothing since I woke up today. How the hell could a person go to work in the morning and come home in the evening without nothing to say? Flies from Montgomery, make me a poster of that old rodeo. Just give me one thing I can hold on to. Believing is living is such a hard way to go. Make me an angel flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of that old rodeo. Just give me one thing I can hold on to. It's believing is living is such a hard way to go.
All right, everyone. The start of the show is so close. I don't know about you. I'm starting to get goosebumps. Remember, kids, today you're going to have access to over 40 different vendor booths, $20,000 worth of prizes, discounts on absolutely everything. Network with your fellow locksmiths, all that and more starting right after these next couple songs.
When you get the vibration, it won't do you no good. It won't do you no good. Well, you better start running when you hear the man coming. Won't do you no good. Won't do you no good. Now we don't mind. Yeah, we don't mind. Well, I never mind. Let the feeling come take you. Won't do you no good. Won't do you no good. Now you know I got a fever. Don't want to hear me right. You know might as well. Won't do you no good. Won't do you no good. And I say, kiss your baby goodbye. Well, come on, love, it's alright. Well, heaven knows it's gonna bring you apart. Yeah, kiss your baby goodbye. Come on, love, it's alright. You never know unless you give it a try. Yeah. when you get the vibration. Won't do you no good, won't do you no good. And then I got a fever, try to shake it off. No, no, you won't do you no good. I won't do you no good. And I say, kiss your baby goodbye. Well, come on, love, it's alright. You never know you're gonna bring you apart. Yeah, kiss your baby goodbye. Well, come on, love, it's alright. You never know unless you give it a try. Yeah. I was looking for a change of scene. You were looking at a magazine. It was red carpets and a limousine. The grass seemed so much greener. All we wanted was to get there fast, so we packed up everything we had, running on hope and a tank of gas, like dreams ain't just for dreamers. We couldn't wait leave that life behind, trying to find salvation in that city limit sign. One of those LA nights when the stars come out, oh, when the stars come out and they shine and it burns so bright. Drown the downtown lights when the stars come out. Oh, when the stars come out. Everybody, somebody, someday. Everybody trying to find a way. Yeah. Everybody's trying to find a way to say what he's saying. Everybody's got a friend of a friend, somebody that can get you in. Yeah. Begging angels for sin in a game that we're all playing. You and I were gamblers, holding cards that we can't see. I'm betting on you, you're betting on me. One of those LA nights when the stars come out, oh, when the stars come out and they shine and the burns so bright. Drown the downtown lights when the stars come out. Oh, when the stars come out. freeway, the sun is out of sight. And I got a feeling that tonight might be the night. Yeah, tonight might be the night. One of those LA nights when the stars come out. Oh, when the stars come out and they shine and the burns so bright, they drown the downtown lights when the stars come out. Oh, when the stars come out. One of those LA nights when the stars come out. Oh, when the stars come out and they shine and the burns so bright, it drowns the downtown lights when the stars come out. Oh, when the stars come out. When the stars come out. Oh, oh. When the stars come out.
All right. The top of the hour is upon us. The start of the show is right around the corner. After the break, we're going to tell you how to take full advantage of the entire event. Before we do that, we're going to honor America by singing her national anthem. With their rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, my friends, toast and jam.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the rampart we walked were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors and star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second virtual training and trade show event brought to you by your friends at International Key Supply and HL Flake. My name is C.S. Murison, Sales Manager for International Key Supply and one of your hosts for the day's event. We have a lot to unpack today and we're going to get to it all starting right now. First of all, what you're seeing me on is called the main stage. There's always going to be something going on the main stage, no matter what time of day it is. And no matter where you are in the show, you can always find your way back here quickly and easily by looking on the left-hand side of your screen and clicking the stage button. You can always come back here, get some commercials, some entertainment, some interviews, whatever you want. There's always going to be something going on here on the main stage. Under the stage button on the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to see the Expo button. The Expo is where you can go visit our over 40 different vendors that we have for you today. All you got to do is scroll through, find the booth that you want to visit, double click, and you're in there. You have the option today to share your audio and video, which would make this a face-to-face live interaction. You don't have to. You can always just sit and do chats. You can watch product information and get product demonstrations just like you would at any normal trade show. The only difference is you can't get into a germ fight today, which is why we're doing the whole virtual thing to begin with. Speaking of the vendor booths, every vendor is giving away a prize today. Matter of fact, we're giving away $20,000 worth of prizes in total. Entering to win the prizes is very easy. All you have to do is spend 5 minutes in any one vendor booth and you're automatically entered to win that vendor's prize. If you would like to increase your chances to win each prize, you will get one extra entry for every $100 you spend on that manufacturer's products. And that, if any purchase is made through Friday, April 9th, which was yesterday, through Monday, April 12th, you will get one extra entry for that manufacturer's booth price for every $100 you spend. We also have 2 grand prizes that we're giving away today. The golden ticket prize is a Futura Auto from our friends at Ilko and Advanced Diagnostics. That is a $3,800 key machine, absolutely free of charge. It's a great prize. Entering to win is easy as well. Again, all you got to do is spend 5 minutes in the Ilko or AD booth. And if you would like to increase your chances on winning the Futura Auto, again, for every $100 you spend on AD or Ilko products from Friday through Monday, you get another ticket to win that prize. Now you might be asking yourself right now, well, CS, yes, I would like to buy some stuff so I can win some prizes. Do you guys have discounts on anything? Yes, we do. We have discounts on absolutely everything. If we sell it, it's on sale. When you are in a vendor booth, if you look at the top right corner of your screen, you will see a button that says offer. If you click on that button, it'll tell you what specials we have for that manufacturer today. If there's something there that you don't see that you want, or you have general product questions, feel free to reach out to a sales rep and we can help you out today. The easiest way to contact a sales rep is to look on the left-hand side of your screen. There will be a sales and support button. If you click on that, it'll take you to a bullpen where you have the option to choose between International Key Supply or HL Flake sales reps, and someone can help you out. Sales reps are also going to be bouncing around from booth to booth. So if you're in a booth and you see a sales rep, feel free to flag them down. You can also search and find your favorite sales rep in the people or event tab, also in the top right corner of your screen. You'll be able to search their name and direct message them. You can also direct message each other doing this if you would like to throughout the course of the show. Also, as a fallback, if you know your favorite rep's cell phone, or not cell phone number, don't call it that, but if you know their office number, you can feel free to call that as well. The phone line should be working relatively smoothly today. Lastly, at the end of today's event, so right around 5 o'clock Eastern, we're gonna host a social hour for you all to network and just get face-to-face and just have some community and some camaraderie like we were at a live event. If that was a lot of information to unpack, you're right, it was. We will be repeating this a couple of times throughout the course of the show today, so don't worry. Like I said, my name is CS. I'm coming to you live from beautiful Bend, Oregon, home of the last blockbuster video in the world. No, I'm not joking. Google us. That's a real thing. I'm not going to be your only host today. We're going to go around the country and visit with some colleagues and do some interviews and stuff like that. We're going to start in New York with the founder of International Key Supply. And since the man's still authorizing my paychecks, I will add that he's very handsome and wise, Mr. Sean McAuliffe. Sean, how are you doing?
I'm doing a lot better now, CS. Thanks. How you doing today?
You know, nothing like a cold breeze will shake it all off. We're doing great. We also have some friends in Houston, Texas, at the HL Flake facility. There's about 100 of them there, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves. How you guys doing down in H now?
Good, doing good. So I'll start. My name is Travis Howell, and I'm the marketing manager for HL Flake. And you're not going to see a whole lot of me today. I'm more in the backgrounds, but I wanted to just jump on here and thank everybody for being here. for taking time on their Saturday to be at this event. We really hope that this is beneficial for you. I hope today that you learned something, and hopefully you see some familiar faces as you go around the show. And hopefully you also meet some new people today at this event. So thank you for being here. I really do hope that you have a good time. And with that, I am going to hand it over to Christy.
Hi, I'm Christy Calderwood, the CFO of HL Flake. If you've been to our live shows, I was formerly known as the Golden Ticket person, so you would have visited me then. And that is no longer my job. I think that's CS's. So over to you, Mark.
Thanks, Christy. Hi, I'm Mark Knight. I'm the CEO of HL Flake. Welcome to the show. We heard last year's event was the event of the industry. And certainly we hope today will be even more beneficial for you. And with that, hand it over to Brent.
Thanks, Mark. I'm Brenton Webb, one of the access control specialists here. I'm here to help you with all of your access control needs. And I'm passing it on to Leslie.
Hi, I'm Leslie Moore. I'm purchasing and product manager, and I've been with HL Flake for 15 years and looking forward to today.
Alex Martinez, sales manager for HL Flake. I've been here more than half of my life, and if you've been to any of our live trade shows, you've seen me running around all over the place. Glad everybody's here with us today.
All right. And with that, thanks, everyone. I think at this point, we're going to bring Sean back into the discussion. We had a few words we'd like to say to everyone. Sean, it's been quite a year, both within the business and outside the business. And I just wanted to start by giving a shout out to Travis. We wouldn't be here without all his work and the team's work. We had almost 50 educational events, and this is our second virtual show. And Sean?
Yeah, no, like you said, Mark, it's been a great year, a pretty wild one. I think you say the least. It feels like, just yesterday, but also a lifetime ago that we had the last trade show. And here we are again. But I think we've got, some people out there have probably seen some of the news. You want to speak more about that?
I'd love to. So IKS and Flake came together in November of 2019. Seems like an awful long time ago. And certainly can't thank Sean and the team enough on really helping, in many respects, rebuild Flake's automotive presence. But as many of you have heard, and hopefully all of you have heard, there was an announcement a week or so ago that Banner Solutions has acquired HL Flake. And, really, I think that HL Flake, McDonald Dash, H.E. Mitchell, now being part of the Banner Solutions family, really have found a permanent home. And Sean, I know you've got a big announcement on your end as well.
Yeah, basically at the same time, IKS has been acquired by AKG, Automotive Keys Group. And similarly to you guys, that kind of allows us to really focus on our bread and butter, which is automotive, and keep trying to grow the pie there. But certainly with that being said, I'd like to thank the entire team at HL Flake. I mean, it's been an amazing year and a half. We learned so much at IKS, really feel like a much stronger company now from the things that we learned from you guys. So just thank you to the team for the last year and a half. It's really been great.
Well, I appreciate the fact that we're going to continue to be friendly competitors in the market, and lasting friendships and relationships, but even the businesses themselves will continue to supply each other, as we move forward. So exciting times for the businesses, and I think for the industry.
Yeah, I agree. And I think with that, you have a guest to bring on. Am I right?
I do. Thanks, Sean. And, I'd just like to say with Banner Solutions acquiring HL Flake, it really has allowed us to create the largest wholesale distributor to the locksmith and security professional market, providing really a complete full line of product, hardware, access control, equipment, safes, and automotive. And with that, I'd like to welcome Brendan Deely, the CEO of Banner Solutions.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. We really appreciate partnering together. It was April 1st, and it wasn't an April Fool's joke. It was a really great culmination of a lot of work that we've been had a lot of interest in HL Flake for many years, and we're very impressed by how they service customers, and we're glad to be partners as we move forward here. And I think, as you said, this is the 7th acquisition we've done. This is the most strategic one that we've done, and it really, as Mark said, makes us the largest locksmith wholesaler in the marketplace. And we're going to continue to invest in people, in our technology around the websites, and really, we all understand that our customers pay our bills, and we have to outservice those that we compete with. And the team that HL Flake was really why we had the interest in the history that they've had, decades of servicing all the locksmith customers. So I'm very appreciative to be here. The whole Banner Solutions team is really looking forward to helping everybody in HL Flake and the entire team really start servicing our customers even more and having a wider range of products to serve the locksmith and the automotive market. So a lot of great things ahead, and just glad to be here.
Well, Brendan, I know one of the things our customers are so excited about is the footprint. You know, along with all the distribution centers that Banner has with Houston and Memphis, I think there's now about a dozen distribution points throughout the country. And I know everyone's looking forward to seeing what that future vision looks like with regard to serving the market.
Yeah, it's great. One of our goals is to service our customers in 1 to 2 days. So as you said, we have a footprint from coast to coast, and we cover, anywhere in the United States, including Alaska and Hawaii. So we have some integrations we need to do as part of getting products across our network, but look forward to having a much more expanded offering and ability to service our customers even better than we do today. So it's going to be a lot of work, but it's going to be great opportunities for us to continue to serve you all, our customers. So thanks for that, Mark.
At this point, I'd like to bring Alex back in. I know he'd like to have a bit of a conversation with you as well. So, Alex?
Yeah, so, I would like to start off by saying how excited I am about this. I mean, the opportunities for us and our customers are just tremendous. I know many of you are probably asking yourselves, what is this going to mean to me? Well, this is going to mean a bunch of different things. That same knowledgeable, experienced sales staff that you're used to dealing with is now going to have just a greater availability of product available to them to be able to serve them. I mean, commercial, access control, residential, automotive. We're doubling down on automotive. We're going to continue to invest in the inventory, bringing on the knowledgeable resources that our customers are demanding. And, the most important thing that I think that, Brendan and I spoke about was, we're going to continue to serve the locksmith and support the locksmith. We're not here to go up against you. We're here to, continue to see your business grow so we can grow with you. It's just a really exciting time. I know myself and the sales team are just thrilled, to be a part of this and really looking forward to the future.
Yeah, right. Alex, we have a goal of we want to wow our customers on every order every day. And I think you said there's opportunities for us to grow in the locksmith channel, bringing the combined products that we stock historically apart now together. And then the whole electronic access is how do we work with the locksmiths to let's figure out how to best service that and grow mutually in this market with the array of offerings that we have. And I think, the combined Banner Solutions team has over 150 customer-facing people. So there's a lot of knowledge out there that we've invested in because we want to serve our customers better than everybody else. And I think if we get the last look or we're the vendor of choice, we're doing our job. So there's going to be a lot of collaboration between the teams, and Alex just has the right spirit and he's got the right energies to really, provide the combined Banner tools that we have. And there's going to be some integrations things we're going to have to go through, but we've done 7 of these, and there's a great team on both sides. So look forward to great times ahead.
Absolutely.
Well, I'd just like to say, Brendan, thanks for joining us. I think the future is bright. These two organizations coming together really benefits our customers. It benefits the associates, it benefits the suppliers, and as a whole, I think the market is better for it. So thanks for joining us today.
Yes, sir.
We've still got a few more hours to go, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Good luck, and thank you everybody for being on board.
All right. Thanks, Brandon.
Thanks.
And with
See ya.
that, I'd like to turn it back over to Sean. And Sean, I know you'd like to introduce some people from AKG.
That's right. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, definitely. I'd like to introduce Eyal Sharvit. He's the CEO of AKG, the new company that we're with, and we'll be working together here in the future. So with that, can we bring on Eyal? Hey, Eyal, how you doing today?
Great, Sean. Thanks for having me. Wonderful to be with the group, and great to have the ICAST team with the AKG organization now.
Great. Yeah, we're excited to be with the organization. Can you tell everybody a little bit about AKG?
Yeah, happy to. So AKG was really designed and built to bring together the premier locksmith suppliers in the automotive space specifically. So we're really thrilled and excited for our friends at HL Flake to be joining the banner team, which is, as has been talked about today, really the premier distributor in the country in residential commercial hardware. You know, our mission is to be hyper-focused on automotive solutions for our locksmith customers. With that, we've made some significant investments as an organization in our supplier network. IKS is obviously the third locksmith supplier that we've brought together into AKG. And announced last week was a significant investment in a consolidated Midwest facility that showcases a training operation, expanded inventory availability, and significant resources to really grow the locksmith community. Our mission as an organization is to work with our partner locksmiths to help them grow and thrive in their local communities.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, I know we have a lot of things on the horizon. I'm particularly excited about that that training facility. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, so obviously with COVID, it's been a challenging year for everyone. So, you know, stepping back a moment, it's wonderful to hear the success stories and the perseverance in the locksmith community and our ability to support that and be a resource to our customers. In that training facility, it's really designed both for technical training as well as some business training that is marketing and the rest, but everything from e-prom to marketing strategy. And one of the things that I'll tease out here that hasn't been announced yet, but we're bringing a cooperative marketing program to the industry in the second half of this year and kicking that off with a $100,000 investment in those local communities for our customers.
Yeah, that's going to be particularly exciting. I mean, you know, I have a slide a little bit later in the show talking about the key industry as a whole. And, you know, one of the big points that we need to make is that, you know, there's so much pie to grow here. Really, we barely scratched the surface. So I think with this cooperative marketing, the training facility, you know, there's a lot on the horizon that we're going to be able to do to help our locksmith customers really do more business. So I'm really excited about what the future brings.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, of course. And one of the big issues that we hear from our locksmiths is that awareness is a big piece of the pie from a marketing perspective. So obviously, as we continue to grow as an organization, our collective resources are able to provide some of that back office support to push marketing strategies, as an example, as well as training resources and the rest to the automotive locksmith community. That's
great. Well, thank you, Eyal. I appreciate you coming on. Certainly look forward to working together with you and the rest of the team over the coming years. And hope you join us for the rest of the show.
Thanks, Sean. Great to be here with everybody. Have a great day.
That's great. Thanks. So with that, we're going to introduce Christy Calderwood, the CFO of HL Flake, to get into the details a little bit of the 2021 market. Hey, Christy, how you doing today?
Good, Sean. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm great. So, you know, obviously 2020 was a bit of a wild year.
Yes.
You know, to say the least. 2021 is definitely shaping up to be a bit better. So I'm pretty excited for that. But getting down into the numbers a bit more, you know, how are you feeling about 2021?
Yeah, very optimistic, actually. And Myrna Nalini is going to, our product expert here, is going to help us really focus in on that in just a second. But me personally, I'm seeing just that upward tick that we were really expecting to see in 2021. When we started planning, we thought it would be a slow, gradual, you know, just increase. And that's what we're seeing, especially in the residential and commercial markets. So we're very excited about that. What about yourself?
Oh, that's great. I mean, certainly Q4 2020 looked good, but then January and February 2021, not so good. But I'm happy to say that March really seemed to take off. You know, it seems to be with vaccination speeding up and things opening up and the weather changing and people just feeling better.
Yes.
It seems like people are out there kind of spending money. So things are definitely looking up.
That they are.
You want to tell us about your guests a little bit?
I do. Today, we are really excited to partner with Allegiant to provide a market outlook. We have brought in one of their competitive intelligence experts. Her name is Mrinalini, and she helps provide insight on really just the market, the channel, and all the trends there. And she translates those into business opportunities and threats. She typically does that for the Allegiant team, but today she's going to do it for us and our customers. So without further ado, the floor is yours, Mrinalini.
Thank you so much, Christy. And hello, everyone, and good afternoon from Indianapolis. So like Christy mentioned, I will be walking you guys through the market outlook and helping you figure out what to expect in 2021 and beyond. We'll start off by giving you an overall view of the economy in general, the macroeconomy. We'll talk a little bit about the residential markets, switch gears to our non-residential markets, and then finally wrap it up with the non-residential aftermarket. So with that, we'll just go ahead and get started. So, you know, the chart that what you see here on the screen at the top, the chart that you're looking at gives you an overview of the US GDP. So this is an overall view of the market. The area in gray is obviously historical GDP, and then we're looking at the overall GDP growth. On the right-hand side, you're seeing a lot of key indicators. If it's in green, it means that it's moving in the direction we want it to. And if it's in red, you know, not so much. It's not moving in a direction we want it to. So overall, if you look at the overall US economy, you know, the economy is expected to recover. We're already seeing that recovery. And then if you're looking, you know, if you look at the overall GDP growth rate, it's 4.3%. Unemployment is going down. So things are looking good for the overall US economy. When this forecast was, you know, taken into account, we didn't take into account the stimulus package that has just been passed. It also does not include the infrastructure bill that's being discussed. So those are upside risks to the forecast. One thing I will talk about is, you know, inflation is going up. You guys might have seen some of it, and we'll see some of that continue. And then the last thing, you know, as we talk about it, if you look at this chart, you know, overall the economy did poorly last year, of course. It's an understatement. But compared to the last Great Recession, you know, things are not as bad, and, you know, we're already on our path to recovery. If you peel that onion back a layer, right? If you look at the overall economy, things are, you know, on the way to recover, on its way to recover. But what we see here is like a K-shaped recovery. So while the last recession, we all experienced that pain almost equally, this recession has created winners and losers. So it's created, you know, the haves or the have-nots. So when we're talking about, you know, people who, you know, the haves are the people who own a home, who are working in an industry that's actually doing really well, who are in good health. So if you're working in e-commerce, home improvement, the housing industry, you're doing really well. And the have-nots, on the other hand, are the people who are, you know, the essential workers, or you are poor health, or you're working in an industry that's not doing as well. So the service industry, tourism. So the story. Your story of recovery has been really different versus the people who, you know, own homes and are in a different industry. So that's kind of why, you know, you'll see that bifurcation, if you will, where one set of the economy, you know, one set of people are experiencing something very different from the other set. And in the long term, we'll see that, you know, this will increase that wealth gap, but this kind of reconciles, right? Overall, on the top level, you know, things are good, things are looking good. You peel the onion back a layer, and that's where you see how, you know, people are experiencing this recession a little differently, and also the recovery is a little different. Looking at the overall view of what to expect, this comes from the Congressional Budget Office. So the 10 years out, what we can expect of the overall economy is, on the chart on the left talks about the overall GDP growth rate, and on the right, we're talking about unemployment. 2021 is expected to be really strong, positive. We expect 2022 to be the same way. And in the long run, we expect the US GDP to grow about 2%. With unemployment, though, of course, 2021, you expect unemployment to improve and that trend to continue. In the long run, though, we expect unemployment to be about 4%. And the key takeaway here is that it is not expected to go back to those pre-pandemic levels. So we did lose a little bit in that recession. So even though you're seeing a lot of that recovery, we did lose a little bit over here. Switching gears to, we talked about this earlier. One of the things that we're seeing, and you guys may have already started experiencing, is inflation. The main reason for this is you see the US GDP recovering. We talked about that. At that same time, the Chinese economy has already improved. It's on its path to recovery. India's GDP is coming back, and so is the GDP of the Eurozone. So we are in a situation where you have a global recovery at the same time, right? The whole world is on its path to recovery, and that's putting immense demand pressure on commodities and raw materials. So you will continue to see that. Overall things are growing well, but inflation will be that dark cloud, if you will, which will continue to, we do not expect this to let up anytime soon. So we'll continue to see that inflation pressure even going forward. So if I have to sum up the overall, what can we expect for the US economy? Things are going well. Stimulus and the infrastructure bills are upside risks. And of course, infrastructure is a dark spot, if you will. And now I want to walk you guys through what's happening in the residential markets. Most of you are probably experiencing this. One of the reasons why we look at the residential markets, of course, is the single family residential market leads the overall economy. So if anything, if anything goes wrong with the single family residential market, the US economy will do poorly. And what we're seeing here is the US residential market, especially the single family market, is doing really, really, really well. So the charts on the top are starts for both single family and multifamily. When we're talking about starts, what it essentially means is that the project has broken ground. So they've started building the house or the multifamily apartments, but it has not been completed. So this is a leading indicator. So they are expected to go, they are expected to grow really, really strongly, especially in the single family market. If you look at some of the indicators on the right, same thing, same logic. Red is good. Red is bad, green is good. The only exception I would call out to that is the pending sales index. What this index shows you is how many homes are under contract. So it's a good gauge of demand. And what it's showing you, it's down significantly this month, and that is a reflection of inventory or supply. And that's the one thing, so we've got so much demand for single family homes and not enough homes. What that does is it improves, it increases home prices, which is good for your home equity, bad for affordability for people wanting to get into the market. So that lack of inventory is what's driving a lot of the starts up. Multifamily is a slightly different story with this particular industry. The multifamily market has seen a lot of building in the last few years. And so we're seeing a little bit of that slowdown. And also with the pandemic and people being stuck at home for long periods of time, and with the urban core as you work from home, it's not as essential to be in that urban core. So we're seeing that decline in multifamily. Some of it is simply, a reflection of it going back to normal, and the pandemic actually just made that problem a lot worse. So the residential market overall really red hot because, single family is the one that's driving a lot of that demand. And then multifamily is, fairly lukewarm to weak. This kind of gives you an overview of this kind of gives you a quick overview of the inventory problem that we talked about. Single family, the inventories are trending really, really low. So right now, single family inventory is at the months of supply, meaning is at 2 months. So what this means is we've got inventory that will last in this market for about 2 months. So, and in a normal market, you would have about 6 to 8 months of inventory available. So that's a continuing problem in this particular industry. And it's down 36% from last year. And last year, this particular number was at 3.1, which is also really low. So again, that inventory problem continues. And again, whenever that's, the inventories here is in that gray line and it's inverted, which is why you see that inventory going down. It's going up. It's actually going down, but because we've inverted, it looks as though it's going up. And so that's typically when inventories are going down, then starts to tend to catch up. So we've got to keep an eye on this. Inventories will catch up, but that's if anything, that's the piece that's dragging the market down, if you will. And then multifamilies, right? We talked about this. This is underperforming the overall market. And as people move away from that urban core, because you no longer need to be in the urban core as you work from home.
Don't think she's going to do all of that.
So the next piece, and so to wrap up, single family doing really well, multifamily not so much, but overall our residential markets are really, really strong. Taking a look at our non-residential markets. In the non-residential markets, we talked about how the single-family residential markets lead the overall economy. The non-residential markets lag the overall economy. So we talked about how the overall economy is really strong, single family is doing really well. And in the non-residential markets, because these markets lag the overall economy, that recovery that we see in the market is not apparent in these markets yet. So you will not, so non-residential markets, we're still in that process, we're still in that period of slower growth. So overall for non-residential markets, 2021 is not going to be a great year. 2022 is when you'll see a little bit of that recovery in our non-residential markets. Some of the key indicators here, however, so again, when you look at our non-residential markets, we're looking at, some key verticals like healthcare, education, and office. And on the right, you have those key indicators. Again, green means good. And what you'll notice is a lot of these indicators are doing well. They're in the green, meaning they're on these leading indicators are moving in the right direction, which means that growth is coming. The overall economy is improving, so the growth is coming. We're just not going to see it yet in our key markets this year yet. So whether it's our institutional markets, where you'll see, healthcare has been impacted by that decline in elective surgeries. However, those revenues are, on the uptick. Same thing with the education market, where classes, whether it's higher ed and online classes or even K-12 with virtual learning, it's kind of slowed down investments or new construction in this space. And then we'll talk about how that impacts the aftermarket in a little bit. When it comes to the commercial new construction, this is really that space. When we talked about that haves and the have-nots, the hospitality industry, retail, all of this falls under the commercial space. And of course, they're all kind of really, really poorly impacted by the pandemic and the social distancing measures that we have in place. The one bright spot in the commercial markets are the warehouses, which are growing really well thanks to the e-commerce growth. So if you're in that space, that'll continue to be good. But overall, institutional markets are not doing, both the institutional and commercial markets are not going to do well in 2021. Commercial markets are expected to perform a lot worse than the institutional markets. And then 2022 is when you'll see that recovery. if you look at the next view, the next charts, this presents the views of 8 different economists on what to expect in 2021. So the chart in green at the top is the overall non-residential market. And if you'll notice, all the charts are, are inverted. So the different economists have different points of views on when they expect or how much do they expect the market to decline, but they all agree that the market is expected to decline in 2021. So the consensus forecast down 6% for non-residential markets in 2021. The charts at the bottom, you've got the institutional markets in orange and the commercial markets in blue. Again, strong negative growth, if you will. The commercial markets are expected to be a lot worse than the institutional markets. And there are a few points of views within the institutional markets where they expect, some of the economists expect the institutional markets to be slightly better, but overall still down 4%, and commercial markets down 7%. If you look at the 2022 markets, this is when you'll see that recovery building a little bit, if you will. Still up 3%, so not robust growth, not anything, Moody's here is the exception with that 16% growth rate for the non-residential markets. But overall, we expect a recovery in those markets. So 2 to 3% is what we would expect, and that consensus forecast is about 3%. For our institutional markets, almost all of the economists expect the institutional markets to recover pretty strongly. So the institutional markets are expected to be up 3%. And our commercial markets, we've got a lot of variation here and different opinions. So it's going to be more of a mixed bag. But if you're looking at the consensus, again, up about 3%. So that's the view for our non-residential markets. So if I have to sum it up, 2021 is not going to be a great year. 2022 is when you'll see that growth. So, something to keep in mind. And of course, our institutional markets are going to be a little more robust than our commercial markets. So looking at this chart here talks about the non-residential aftermarkets. So the way we define it is both break fix as well as the big renovation projects. So the chart on the left talks about what to expect for the aftermarket growth rates. So this is kind of forward looking. So if you'll notice, 2021 for the most part is still in that negative territory. And then the second quarter onwards is when that recovery begins. So somewhere in the middle of the year is when you'll see that upward trend in the commercial aftermarket. And then slowly that is expected to pick up, where by the end of 2021, we're definitely in that growth territory with the growth peaking around the second quarter of next year. But we'll see that recovery in this year itself. So that's a positive trend, if you will, for the commercial aftermarket. On the right-hand side, the chart the chart on the right-hand side of the bar graph kind of talks about renovation trends. And these are the large-scale renovation trends. The individual graphs are the individual bars represent the amount spent on renovation. So for instance, in 2010, we spent 49 billion on renovation. In 2020, that was about 69. And then that percentage denoted by the line graph is renovation as a percentage of overall new construction. So typically when new construction goes down, you do see renovation go up. So you saw that in the last recession where 2020, construction went down, renovation went down accordingly, but as a percentage of new construction, it was a pretty decent number at 26%. So while we've seen that uptick, we do see new construction renovation increase in 20 to 21%. It's not a huge increase. But it is higher than what we saw in the last 2 years. One of the few things, it is slightly different across different verticals. So surprisingly, or no surprises here, in the hospitality industry, you did see this take up a lot more than you would expect. So, there are industries where people are just taking advantage of the fact that the building does not have as many people, and they're taking advantage of that and renovating. And in general, and of course, you saw a similar trend in education, especially higher ed. But in general, what we can expect looking forward, going forward is, healthcare does need more retrofit opportunities. We saw that in this pandemic, the healthcare facilities were not as prepared. So they are going to invest so they are prepared for the next pandemic. So, better ways to increase security, control the flow of people, track the movement of people, and of course, investments in touchless entry, whether it's in the healthcare. We were also seeing a lot of that in the higher ed space. And then what we saw also is that deferred maintenance component. We expect, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I hadn't clicked this forward. What we also see is that deferred maintenance component. So we expect that to come back up. And just quickly summarizing, if you look at the aftermarket, it's that recovery in late 2021, and then 2022 is when it peaks. And then if you look at those renovation trends in the last recession, you saw that the renovation percentage was pretty high. We haven't really seen that this recession. It's increased, but not as much. So you'll continue to see that with this particular. You'll see investments, and you'll also see those deferred maintenance projects come back online, and so that recovery is going to build in the later part of the year, peaking in next mid-2021. So that kind of concludes the prepared remarks. We've covered what to expect in the overall economy, how the residential market's different from the non-residential markets, and also the aftermarket, which is non-residential aftermarket, which is slightly different and from our non-residential new construction markets. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Christy.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. That was a lot of information to unpack in a short amount of time. So for those that you maybe joined in the middle of the presentation, or those that just needs it summed up into some key, pun intended, some key points, what would you suggest?
Alrighty. So if you remember nothing else, right? The 2021 is a good year for our economy overall. Residential markets are doing great. Non-residential markets, you'll expect, this is not going to be a great year, but expect to ramp up next year. So come 2022 is when you'll see that ramp up. And then those aftermarket opportunities, especially in healthcare and then hospitality, where they can afford it, they're still spending the money to renovate the properties. And healthcare just needs to be better prepared for the next pandemic. So those would be some bright spots in the economy, if you will.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your expertise with all of our customers. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks. I believe, Sean, you're coming back on board. Is that correct?
I am. How you doing, Christy? Everything going all right?
Oh, still doing good. Still doing good. How did you feel about what she had to present?
There was obviously a lot to unpack there, but I think the important thing was the non-residential aftermarket. And what that is that's locksmith business. And that seemed to be the one that was going to pick up the fastest. So I think overall, there was some kind of mixed news there. But for locksmiths, who are our main customers, it was mostly good news. They have a lot of opportunities there in the healthcare space and just general commercial space. So that was kind of the thing that stuck out to me was non-residential aftermarket, which is, by my understanding, locksmiths.
Yep, very nice. The other thing I think about when I listen to, some of the economy is going to rebound faster than the other parts is just much like in your personal finances, you want to diversify, right? So for me, I think about, well, if I'm not going to rebound as fast as I want to in the markets that I serve, where else can I participate to gain some of the rebound? And one thing that comes to my mind is auto. And I know you have prepped some material to share with. How's that going to look over the next couple of years?
Yeah, sure. So I have a much simpler presentation here. I've got just one slide to pull up. So if we can get that pulled up. here we go. So, what you can see here, this is a study that we had done, when all these companies were coming together at AKG. And this graph kind of denotes the U.S. vehicle key replacement on a wholesale level. So if you look at this graph, you see 2019, that's the middle bar there. We estimate it at $820 million market in 2019, growing to a $1.25 million market, or billion-dollar market, sorry, in 2024. And this is at a wholesale level. So, we can kind of guesstimate how much, wholesale business is actually getting done. But the bottom line is that we've really barely scratched the surface. There's so much automotive opportunity out there. If you take this graph and you say, give it a 4x multiple to kind of account for retail sales, including cutting and programming fees, you're talking a $5 billion market by 2024. So, I kind of also have my little pun here. Awareness is key. We need to make the public aware that they can get car keys and remotes from locksmiths. A lot don't know that. So, some of the stuff Eyal mentioned before about the cooperative marketing, some of the things we're doing with the Keyless to Go brand is really trying to get the awareness out there to grow the overall size of the pie instead of just having it being kind of chopped up between different, retailers and distributors and things and the like. So definitely looking very good for the future. You got any thoughts on that, Christy?
I think you did an excellent job. I do believe we are looking good for the future all around. We're on the way up. Just hang in there. If you're struggling a bit, it's all on its way back. And participate where you can and capture some additional opportunities.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Christy. I think with that, we're going to throw it back to CS for some housekeeping.
Perfect.
You guys are right. That was a lot of information to unpack for an opening segment. So we're going to let you all digest that as we take our first break here on the main stage. There will be a product video for you to watch, so stay tuned for that, and we'll see you in a few.
For 100 years, we've redefined what's possible.
Well, prior to Walter Slake's invention, it used to take up to an hour to put one of those in.
From a push-button lock, so innovative, that feature remains virtually unchanged a century later. To bold designs that brought a new sense of style to doors everywhere. To our latest generation of smart locks that usher in a new era of seamless access. Schlage continuously strives to keep you and what matters most to you secure. We're honored to be trusted in over 40 million homes, schools, and businesses around the world. And as we look forward to our next 100 years, we know that together, we'll be opening more than just doors. We'll open possibilities.
Lost your keys? Again? Gosh. Don't spend all your time and money replacing your keys at the dealership. Replace your lost or broken remote car key quickly and easily with Keyless to Go. Simply call one of our qualified, independent automotive locksmiths for cutting and programming. We have remotes for most of the vehicles on the road today. Each car key replacement comes complete with batteries and has been pre-tested to ensure quality and functionality. Don't waste your time and money with anyone else. Keyless to Go is your go-to replacement for car keys and remotes.
Today we are going to talk about a rather serious topic. The future. The future.
Your memories. Your home. Your family. Your business. Your life. For 100 years, you've trusted Master Lock, time and time again. In so many ways and in so many places. You've taken us with you and confidently safeguarded everything you value and hold dear. From your first bike you owned to your first day at school, we were there. You've trusted in us to secure your gates and job sites and to help protect you from harm. We've even traveled with you to places near and far. We're tough, so you can take on anything life throws your way, anywhere you live across the globe. We'll keep innovating for you, listening to your needs and giving you convenient and more secure ways to protect your livelihood and help you thrive over the next 100 years. Master Lock, for everything worth protecting.
In many ways, you already know us well. For decades, our customers have called on us to serve products, find solutions, and to seek advice on door security needs. We're proud of what we've built, but we know that history alone won't take us where we want to go. The future requires a new perspective, a different way of thinking about the things that matter. For us, every interaction is an opportunity to show people not just what we do, but who we are. A chance to transform their expectations of this industry along the way. From basic to beyond, from inventory to invention, from one-time resource to lifetime relationship. We don't just want to meet our customers' expectations. We want to exceed them in ways that leave them questioning why they work with anyone else. More than having products on hand, it's being able to anticipate needs. More than offering up options, it's helping every customer make the best decision for the challenges they face. And more than just solving the simple problems, it's seeking solutions when others can't or won't. In many ways, you already know us well, but in so many more, we're rethinking what it means to be a wholesaler. We are Banner Solutions.
At Best, we test our products to the industry's highest standards. With more than 25 years in the industry and a focus on exceeding BHMA qualifications, our Best 9K lock has become one of the most trusted names in the industry. The Best 9K has exceeded 50 million cycles and counting, ensuring the premium performance and strength you need. The Best 9K series is designed to be low maintenance, easy to install, durable, and secure. Best 9K lock sets are pre-assembled and can utilize both small and large format interchangeable cores, including other manufacturers. Whether you're installing one lock or 20, the Best 9K makes it easy to upgrade. Plus, the 9K is the basis for most of our cylindrical electronic lock products, including YQ, Keypad Easy, Best Offline, and Shelter locks. With a dedicated team of engineers and technicians, the Best 9K lock will continue to best our best.
Welcome to the world of ASSA ABLOY. Every day, we create access for billions of people around the world. As the global leader in access solutions, we offer opening solutions, trusted identities, entrance automation and service for companies, institutions, and homes. Since 1994, we have expanded successfully through organic growth and almost 300 acquisitions. Today, we are present in over 70 countries, Our products and solutions create access to your home, at work or school, when you shop or travel. Some products are very visible, like keys, locks, and doors, while other products are embedded in solutions like e-passports and identity solutions. ASSA ABLOY is a large and diverse group, but we also have a lot in common. We share ambitions, and we let empowerment, innovation, and integrity guide our work. Together with our customers and partners, we will continue to develop innovative access solutions that help people feel safe and secure so that they can experience a more open world.
Introducing Medico 4. It's a new day in high security. More innovation. Building on over 50 years of lock engineering and proven technology, Medico 4 takes security to a higher level with increased innovation and more security features than ever before to protect against the latest threats. More protection. The patent-pending key design includes a shuttle pin security feature. The shuttle pin moves back and forth inside the key blade, protecting against the threat of 3D printing and adding to the security of the cylinder. More combinations. M4 keys have side bittings that work with corresponding side pins in the cylinder, increasing pick resistance and adding to the possible number of master keying combinations. Medico 4 cylinders have two sets of pins that include primary pins and side pins. The primary pins are biaxial style offset chisel tip pins with proven anti-pick features. More security. Each cylinder has one unique side pin called the lift pin. The lift pin operates only when activated by the movable element, the shuttle pin, in the key. On entering the cylinder, the shuttle pin moves within the key as it tracks through a series of ramps, a labyrinth in the bottom of the plug. Only when the lift pin is activated by the shuttle pin can the sidebar be engaged, allowing the key to turn. Medico 4's combined unique features bring more innovation, more protection, more combinations, and more security to high-security locking systems than ever before. Experience more with the power of 4. Visit medico.com/M4.
The main stage is going to take a quick break, so please enjoy a couple songs.
We are back and better than ever. I'm going to call Sean. Become eligible for that boost prize. We're giving away $20,000 worth of prizes today. So make sure you visit as many booths as possible. There is no limit on how many prizes you can win, including the Futura Auto and the $5,000 shopping spree to International Key Supply or HL Flake. Discounts are good today through Monday, so make sure you take advantage of those before they expire. If you need a sales rep, you can go to the left-hand side of your screen to the sales and support tab and find one. And finally, at the end of the show, around 5 Eastern, we are going to open up a social networking hour for you all to communicate and hang out with one another. So stick around for that. Sean, do I have you?
I'm here, CS.
All right. Well, Sean, like you, I've been in this industry for just shy of half of 2 decades. And while you do that math, I will say that in my short time with the company or in the industry, I have seen the technology grow by leaps and bounds. We're going to talk for the next 10 minutes or so about some of the newer automotive additions to our industry. But first, I wanted to ask you, as a supplier to automotive locksmiths and service professionals who rely on their tools to earn their income, what does it mean for you to be able to constantly supply your customer base the latest and greatest solutions?
Sure. CS, I think we might be having some audio issues from your side, but I heard most of what you said, which is, what does it mean as a supplier for to the locksmiths with all these different tools, right? So that's definitely been kind of a challenge for us, is figuring out, as new tools come out, what to stock, what not to stock. Ultimately, we've kind of decided to stock the stuff that really has the good support behind it. There's a lot of new tools coming out all the time. Seems like maybe a little too frequently these days, but now I think as long as you kind of back the companies that are going to back the tool, I think that's the important thing. So, that's kind of what we look at. We want to have everything for our customer. We don't want to turn a customer away. If they're looking for a particular tool, we want to have it in stock. So that's, we definitely try to have as much as possible without, going too far down the rabbit hole and, turn it into kind of a jack of all trades, master of none. Every tool that we sell, we support in-house with our tech support team. So we want to make sure that, whatever it is that the customer is buying from us, that we can back them up and help them, be successful with that tool.
Yeah, and there's a gift and a curse with having so many solutions. I did want to touch on a topic. So in life in general, I think as we become loyalists and we try to look for an easy one-size-fits-all solution, that just can't be the case in our industry. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to be an automotive locksmith. I wanted to see if you could elaborate on one little topic for me. What's the importance for our customer base, locksmiths in general, to continue to diversify their tool arsenal to be able to continue to provide solutions for their customers?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I hear it all the time from locksmiths. I'm obviously very active on the locksmith Facebook groups, and I see a lot of the anecdotes and talking to friends in the industry. One of the biggest things is, you might be going up with a fairly basic car, maybe some sort of Nissan, and you're using your tool that you use for everything, and for some reason it's just not working, and then, a lot of times it's just pulling out some other tool that you have and plugging in and it works. So it's kind of just having backups, because you don't know what was done to the vehicle. You don't know, if it was manufactured a little bit differently. So having that backup so you can get the job done is important. Obviously you can kind of take it probably maybe a little too far by, having every single tool. I don't think that's quite necessary, but if you've got any level, real level of experience, you probably want to have a couple backup tools for, those kind of oddball cases.
And as a sales manager for an automotive company, I will say I would like that stricken from the record. Every locksmith needs every tool. Please buy every tool that for today.
Well, I think you might disagree with this, but I've frequently unsold tools from locksmiths when I said I just don't think you need this, to be honest. So maybe a little give and take there, but I think it's important to definitely have more than one.
We unsell tools all the time. We want to make sure you get fitted with what you actually need. And with the ever-changing and new tools that are coming out, it's important to stay up to date on all the new stuff. And that's part of why people join shows like this. Segue alert, we're going to bring in our first guest, Mo Ali from Lock Labs, to talk about quite literally the newest programmer to hit the streets. I believe Mo is coming to us from fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Mo, are you with us? How are you?
I am. How's it going, guys?
Going great. How you doing? Are you in Las Vegas today?
I am in Vegas. I'm in my office here in Vegas today. Yep. Came into work on a Saturday just for you guys.
And we appreciate it. So Mo's going to talk to us about the Lock Labs line. I know Sean's been chomping at the bit to ask you a handful of questions, so I'm going to turn it over to Sean.
I just couldn't wait. I couldn't contain myself. Mo, obviously, you guys have been around with the Auto Pro Pad for a while, but for those that don't know, can you kind of discuss the history of the Auto Pro Pad and how it came about?
Oh, of course. And then, while I'm talking, you can go ahead and keep picking orders. And figure that's why they stuck you in the back.
You can't see them all in the background, but they're there.
Can you grab me some B111s while you're back there? So Auto Pro Pad, it's been an adventure. It's been a journey. Started back in about 2014 when we first started working with Xtool to try and develop a dedicated key programmer for the locksmiths of America. Xtool at that time, they were strictly an automotive diagnostic machine manufacturer. But we noticed something about them very early on is in that they had a very complementary and pretty fleshed out suite of key programming software on their diagnostic tools. And we saw an opportunity there to work with them and to curate something that would kind of, the landscape back then was pretty different with programmers. You had a lot of tools that were pretty incomplete, things that did okay jobs with stuff like a CK100 or whatever. And the big dog was, the MVP, and they were just transitioning into the Smart Pro. And we knew the price tag that we would see there and the whole token thing. So we wanted to give people other options. At that time, we considered it more of an entry-level tool. But as we started to build it out and to get the data, the programming data on there and stuff, it's really become something comprehensive. I know a lot of locksmiths that only use the Auto Pro Pad, but I will agree with you guys and what you said just prior to me coming on, is that you got to have more than one tool in 2021. I think the Auto Pro Pad's a great one to keep in the arsenal, almost mandatory. Use it, when you don't want to burn tokens or your other tools, fail you or whatever, or rely on it as your main, and you should probably still do very well. In its early days, it was a diagnostic machine. Created the Auto Pro Pad out of that same hardware. The PS80 and 90, which were the original models, I think they had been on the market since 2011 or 12. And they had been around. Actually, the hardware and the architecture was even older than that. So the reason for the new machines for this next generation with the G2 and the G2 Turbo, a lot of the components in the original machine we're looking at over 8 to 10 years of age, and if not older. So, and in the computing world, that's prehistoric.
What does that mean, in practical terms for a locksmith?
Well, so, better architecture, better hardware means essentially you should have the capability to program faster and to be able to handle newer systems that are more complicated and intricate. I recall in the previous generation, we had just introduced BMW CAS programming, where we downgrade the system, the CAS system, so you can inject the new key into it. And it was taking forever. And it wasn't the fault of the machine. It was just the age of the hardware, really showing itself. And we took the time during COVID because, typically we're out just harvesting programming information from vehicles, but COVID put a stop to that because vehicles became pretty inaccessible. We couldn't get engineers in the States. So we said, let's take this time to build out the hardware and get it where we need to be so we can continue this endeavor and bring the machine into the future. And I'm very happy with the result. I'm proud of the work that was done and that went into the new machine. It's a significant improvement over the previous generation. It is significantly faster. It's easier to use. It looks nicer, bigger battery, faster processor, bigger screen on the turbo. Sky's the limit. When it's very rare in our industry to see a key programming machine see a second generation. We're accustomed to these fly-by-night programmers. They come from manufacturers we never even heard of. That they do an okay enough job, but the development dries up or the company disappears, or we've relived that time and again. So, this is a statement from us, like, look, we did exactly what we set out to do with the previous machine. The reception was great, and it worked well enough to the point where we can now bring out a second generation to continue on this journey.
So, on that point, so can you discuss maybe some of the, you mentioned it's bigger, faster. Are there any other kind of technical capabilities that the new tools have that the old tools did not?
Great question. So we do have two models. There's the standard AutoProPad G2 and then the G2 Turbo. The G2 is the continuation of the AutoProPad Full. So if you are into the Full and it's I guess I'd call it more basic or introductory EEPROM capabilities, and you're happy with all the OBD stuff, you're gonna love the regular G2. It's perfect. It does all the exact same things that the regular AutoProPad does, all the same EEPROM, like the IC900 generation, like the early 2000s Toyotas, those early Pacificas, those early Hondas that needed EEPROM work. The G2 will do all of that, but with a new metal case and brighter screen and bigger battery. The regular G2 has the same size screen as the Full. So it really is just the evolution. We brought it up to 2021, gave it a brand new UI. It's screaming fast. And if you're happy with the Full, then by all means, the G2 is for you. The Turbo, that one we're looking to the future and looking to give people options for advanced EEPROM work for European vehicles, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen. The stuff where you got to take the entire car apart to program a key, because that makes sense. So all the module resync stuff, all the hard coding, pulling binary information from the vehicle, dumping it on the key. The Turbo's the one for you there. In addition to having those advanced EEPROM features, it has a bigger screen, it has a bigger battery than the G2. So it's like I think it's a 10.1 inch screen on the Turbo, but it doesn't weigh as much as the Smart Pro. So you can set it down on the passenger seat and it won't trigger the seatbelt light.
No comment there, but the Turbo, forgive me if I'm wrong, but does that have the ability to do Mercedes? Does it have the IR reader and everything?
Oh, you did your homework.
I did a little bit.
Yes, it does. It has Mercedes IR capability. It has SOIC, where the eight leg chip people tend to remove from vehicles when they can't do in-circuit EEPROM work, meaning you've got to take the chips out. So there's places to stick that. Those chips on the new, it's the unit that does that's responsible for this advanced EEPROM. It's called the KC501. That it's comparable to Autel's advanced EEPROM hardware, and but it's our version and with our engineering and our programming capability.
Very cool, very cool. Speaking of engineering, can you give us a peek of what might be coming on throughout the year here in 2021, if you guys have any new developments coming down the pike?
Yeah, so one of the biggest hindrances I think for all of us in this last year was COVID kind of ruined our ability to get out there and harvest the programming data that we so direly need to keep these machines moving. So progress on that front's been a little slow, but now we're starting to see some of the international travel restrictions kind of easing up. And as we start to open back up, we have the highest priority is on fleshing out the programming capabilities of the Turbo and the advanced EEPROM, and then catching up both machines, all the AutoProPads, with some of the newer 2021 stuff. And I know a lot of people want to see even older stuff, like the stuff post K-line vehicles. So we have a bounty, we have a list of vehicles that we'll be targeting based on user feedback and what people want to see the machine do most. And we're going to be hitting that hard in the next couple months or so, and it'll be perpetual from there on out.
Can you give us a sneak peek of what one of those vehicles on the bounty list might be?
No, I'm probably the least qualified person to do that, but it's Mercedes or BMW FEM was never really fleshed out. in the previous Auto Pro Pad. I know that's a top priority. But a lot of the newer, MBZ, Mercedes, Volvo, Volkswagen systems. I mean, that's just all the stuff that requires a vehicle to be stripped apart. Specific models, I'm probably the wrong person to talk about that.
No problem. With the new tools, has the pricing changed? And maybe can you talk a little bit about the pricing structure of the tool?
Yeah, so the G2, which again is the continuation of the full, isn't that much more expensive than the full, a couple $100. There's definitely a price increase as you go on to the turbo. But again, unless you're looking to do the advanced EEPROM stuff where you need the bigger screen, may not necessarily be the way everybody wants to go, but it's certainly a great option. Holding the two machines, I definitely like the feel of the turbo more, even though they have a similar physical look. It just feels more, it's just larger. I don't know, maybe I just like it because it's got a bigger screen. I know the battery's ridiculous on there. It's much bigger than it needs to be, but that's just fine by us. Yeah, did I answer that question okay?
Yeah. How about the subscription? Has that changed at all?
No, if anything, there's no plans to increase any prices. If anything, it might get cheaper. But no, we saw the same subscription. The scenario is the same. Once you're out of sub, the machine just keeps working. We're never going to break it. That's not what we're about. The spirit of the project is to, be competitive and with the other programmers, but still give people something. Let them use what they pay for. I don't like that whole pay to play feature and hiding things behind paywalls. This has never been what we're about. Yeah, all that stuff stays the same. We're not going to try and change it to we're not going to modify the subscription model. I don't see that as being an option, or even it's never been discussed. So
off the top of your head, do you know the pricing of the subscriptions and how that works?
I would if you had asked me and I wasn't on camera. I think it's $600 per year for the subscription, and I think there's a late charge on there, which we might be doing away with now that the machine has a countdown on it, a subscription countdown. But $600, I believe. I think you can quote me on that. That'll give you 1 full year of every update possible and live technical support. So that gives you somebody to call if you're stuck on a car. We've got, in my opinion, the best tech support in the industry. Our people are seasoned, they're experienced, they have all the right answers. They're easy to talk to, easy to reach.
Are those folks out in Las Vegas?
Yeah, everyone's here in Vegas. Yeah.
Very cool.
So yeah, I mean, this again, people like yourself with the keyless to go line, we create these things so people have viable options to OEM, and the high, you don't have to spend $10,000 on a programmer. You don't have to spend $250 on a key, right? I feel like the Auto Pro Pad is the perfect complement to keyless to go products. I would venture to say the Auto Pro Pad programs 95%, 98% of your transponder key and remote, and smart key line. I don't think that's an exaggeration.
I would agree with you there.
Yeah, get an Auto Pro Pad, get yourself into some keyless to go, and I'm telling you, you're going to make money. Don't feel the need, especially if you're just starting out, to go and buy the best $10,000 programmer and all OEM and think that you're gonna wow people. You're gonna end up in debt. Work your way up, but both the Auto Pro Pad, I'm just humbled and impressed at the same time at our development team. The thing's incredible, and once more people start kind of getting on board with the newer platform, you'll start to hear it.
Nice. So you guys have a booth here. You're going to be in that booth all day? Or do you have other people manning the booth?
Well, yeah, it's both. So we've got Chris Lira and Tyler Anzalone. They are both on the development team, and they both have experience doing support for the machine also. Stephen Hoffman's in there. Does he need an introduction? I don't know, but he's definitely been beneficial in supporting the machine. and especially for the kind of the newcomers into the industry, he's kind of the shepherd. So yeah, I'm in there also, and we're talking about a lot of different things. We're gonna be giving things away. We'll be giving some Lock Labs products away. Anytime we say something's for free, we expect it to come out of your pocket. So no, we'll be Lock Labs will be.
I appreciate that.
Lock Labs will be giving away some cool stuff today. Maybe even a machine. I haven't decided yet. You tell me. Should I?
I think you should. So you heard it here, folks. Mo just promised to give away a free machine. So make sure you head over to the booth. Any final thoughts, Mo?
No, I feel bad. CS is stuck in the matrix and you're trapped in the back of the warehouse. I don't know why they can't get you in the same room together, but
It's by choice. It's by choice.
Yeah, you guys, I love this. You guys are doing incredible work. I loved last year's show. This is turning out to be just as good. CS, you're going to host the Oscars one day. I just want you to remember who told you that. You know, remember the little people that you stepped on the way up, you know, the entertainment ladder. You guys are incredible. This is great.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Mo.
Very glad to be a part of it.
Well, before you take off, we actually had a bunch of questions come through the chat section, pretty much the same one. So I wanted to see if I can ask you before you go. The people are asking to say, Mo, we've seen you around the industry for years and years, and we love you, but we've never seen you without a hat on, and we would like to know the guesses, unless you want to just enlighten the people.
It's like my thing now. It's like my signature. I don't know. I obviously wore it for a reason, and that's, you can thank my mom and her genetics. Like, I started losing this stuff back in, how old was I? I think I was like 19 or 20. And I was just like, I can't pull this off. I can't pull an Aaron Jacobs. You know, I can't rock that do or lack thereof. It just didn't look cool on me. Like, I tried shaving my head. I looked scary. I tried shaving my head and growing a beard. And it became increasingly difficult for me to get on board flights and stuff like that. You're okay to laugh at that. The joke's made at my expense. So it's the hat. Like it just became a thing. Like now people, you know, they look to, you know, they go to trade shows and they can spot me from across the room. And
So I think next year we got to see if you're wearing the same hat or if it's a different hat. That's what we'll look for next year.
Well, you know, if the Auto Pro Pad does well enough, maybe I can afford to buy another one.
There you go.
Well, I was hoping you would say that it was stitched on a la a plush doll, but that wasn't the
Look, okay, I'll tell you what you want to hear. I wear it in the shower. I wear it to bed. I'm swimming. It's just, yeah.
No, you're a great sport, Mo. We appreciate you being here. Anyone else wants more information on the Lock Labs product line, make sure to go visit the Lock Labs booth. We'll see you out there, Mo. Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate you guys having us.
All right. And Sean, you know, with every great programmer, you need a great line of keys. And fortunately for us, we make a great line of keys. I won't steal any of your thunder, but as the creator, the father of the Keyless to Go brand, and for those who may not know, could you shed a little light on what the Keyless to Go brand is and how it can immediately impact a locksmith business?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, CS. So Keyless to Go is the brand of aftermarket replacement keyless entry remotes that we created probably starting maybe 5-6 years ago. You know, obviously we kind of started with the aftermarket line of keys pretty early on, you know, but one of the things that set us apart was rather than just focusing on getting the cheapest possible product out there, it was really, you know, quality. You know, we have locksmiths who are long-term customers, and we want to make sure that they're happy and their customers are happy, right? So we can only do that by providing high quality replacements. And one of the other things that sets us apart, you know, one of the main things that sets us apart is that our remotes are all FCC registered. So we have the widest selection of, you know, legal FCC registered remotes in the industry, in the country. So that's kind of the biggest thing. And that means that everything that we sell is, you know, 100% compliant, it's lab tested, quality tested. You know, we're always testing new products. You know, I was just yesterday testing some remotes on my own vehicle, sometimes we get to a level of the detail that, you know, the LED isn't bright enough when it turns green. So that's been, you know, really a great project, and especially over the last year. Anna, who maybe a lot of people know, who've been longtime customers, she took over kind of managing the line of the remotes early on in 2021, and she did a fantastic job. I believe she came out with over 100 brand new remotes last year. So that's all those remotes went through rigorous testing by us, making sure that the range, the buttons, the quality of the shell, that all that was good, as well as by a lab to make sure it tests for the FCC. So she took it over early 2020, and just did a fantastic job. So I've got a couple slides here with some of the recent releases that she's come out with. So if we could see the next slide, please. So early on in the year, we kind of came out with these aftermarket replacements for the Chrysler Pacifica. So this fits 2017 to 2020 Chrysler Pacifica without KeySense. KeySense is that kind of it's like the Ford MyKey system where you can program speed for, if you have one of your children driving the car, you don't want them driving over 55 miles an hour. So we haven't got into that one yet because it's a little bit more rare. So we focused on the more popular stuff. But the Chrysler Pacifica as a whole is one of the most popular, if not the most popular minivans in the market. So, what we've seen is that keys really become popular about 3 years after a vehicle is released. So this vehicle, having started in 2017, for the past few years, the keys haven't really been that popular. But now that these cars are beginning to come off lease, beginning to change hands, selling in the aftermarket, we should start seeing the amount of keys needed for these vehicles pick up. So we've got every button configuration possible for the Chrysler Pacifica, which again is going to start picking up over the next year or two. So next slide, please. Okay, so here we've got what's commonly known as tombstone keys. Back 5 years ago, there was really only one type. That's changed quite a bit. Now there's many different tombstone keys that all look pretty much the same but are different. Over the last year, we've come out with the tombstones for the Jeep Compass. It's not a super popular vehicle, but they were really hard to come by original refurb. So we were able to come out with those aftermarket. So now, you don't have to worry about, can I actually get these to refurb? Same deal for the Jeep Renegade. Both the Compass and the Renegade, it's a similar remote, but different. So again, we've got those in keyless to go. And then the Chrysler 200, which was known as the M3M, which was then adopted by the Dodge Charger in 2019. So Chrysler 200 is not super popular vehicles, but the Dodge Charger is definitely popular. This version of the remotes for the 2019. So again, in about a year, we should start seeing those become very popular. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here we've got some coming soon and some recently released. So on the left here, we've got the what we call the Ford surfboard or paddle procs. Obviously, it's shaped a bit like a surfboard. So we released the Ford Escape surfboard that also works for the Focus and the C-Max. There's a bit of confusion here with these Escape and Explorer ones because they look exactly the same. But there's on the original one, there's one little part number that's different. So you got to be really careful what you pick. But we were able to come out with both the Ford Escape Focus one and the Ford Explorer Edge other Focus. So we have both of those available. In the Explorer one, we've got multiple button configurations available. So that was very exciting. It took a lot of work to get the Escape one done, a lot of testing, figuring out custom coding a transponder. So that one was a tough one, but we got it done here towards the end of 2021. So I was real excited about that. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's another one pretty important. We were able to come out with BMW smart keys. And one of the things that's different about ours, you might see some out there, but what's different about ours is we had the shell custom made so that it actually matches the original US shell more closely. If you look, our remotes have the red panic button, where if you see other aftermarkets out there, a lot of times they have some like little diamond icon. So, we spent a lot of time getting this shell made, doing the testing to make sure that these work with all the different vehicles and the different FEM and CAS systems correctly. So I think it's 4 or 5 SKUs there, maybe 4 SKUs total, and we're working on a few more. So that's real exciting for those BMW folks out there. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is one I was really excited about. Toyota Smart Keys. Some of these are nearly impossible to get used, so that can be refurbished. Certain models, like, you just can't find them. So we spent a lot of time over the last year working on these. We have all the older style, AAB, ACX. We've got all those. We've begun releasing the newer style, so the FBC, the FBA. So we're working on those for Toyota and Lexus. So we're really excited about that. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Here's the Lexus. So again, we've got the AAB, the AEM, ACX. So again, these are getting harder and harder to find used OEM. So we're able to come in, order, get as many as we want made at a price point that is extremely reasonable. I think we're selling them to the locksmith at $75. So that's real exciting. I mean, it was nearly impossible to find these used for a while. Next, please. And we've done a lot of work this year on Nissan. I think at this point, we pretty much we got to have 95% of Nissan remotes available in keyless to go. Over the past year, we came out with even the latest for 2021 Nissan. Again, all tested. We find vehicles, we test on multiple vehicles to make sure it's working. We make sure the range is good. So yeah, over the last year, I mean, like I said, we've got almost every single Nissan Smart Key there is. Just a handful that we don't have yet that are kind of really low volume. So I'm not saying we'll never do those, but we try and focus a bit on the more popular stuff. But I think we've probably got 95% of them covered. So that's very exciting. The next slide is something we're excited to announce. It's been in the works for many years. It was just a matter of getting to it. So many of you know that we've got the keyless to go line of remotes and shells, but then we've also got the DuraShell line. For those of you that don't know, the DuraShell is a stronger hardened shell for replacement on Toyota, Honda, Lexus vehicles that commonly have the shells break. So we've got the strengthened line. We've always had the remotes. One thing we talked about probably 3 years ago was combining that into one thing. And that was, it kind of went on the back burner because we had so many other things going on, but finally we've started releasing these remotes this month. So you've got the keyless to go remote inside the DuraShell, just a more rugged, durable design. We have them available for the remote head keys that most frequently break, the Lexus, the Honda, the Toyota. So we've got those all coming. I think we've just released a couple so far, but we've got all of them coming in over the next few months. And with these, we're offering a 2-year warranty, an extended warranty, because it's got that stronger shell. So this is an upsell for the locksmith to sell to their customer, saying, it's better than OEM. It's going to last you much longer. So we're really excited about this. Like I said, it's been a long time in the making, but they finally started kind of arriving in the warehouse here this past month. So keep a lookout for more of those. And next slide. All right, so this is some of the stuff that we've got coming soon. We don't want to put it all on there because we don't want to give it all away, but we've got around 50 different keys currently under development. Like I mentioned, I was testing on my own personal vehicle, some new remotes just this past weekend. So, keep an eye out for that. Some of them we're looking at are Acura, Honda Smart Keys, Volvo Smart and Flip Keys, as well as Hyundai Smart Keys. So one of the Hyundai Smart Keys that we're working on right now, which we're very excited about, is the Hyundai Sonata. That's one that can't be refurbished. So you can't take a used one and flash it. Once you use it, it's locked. So there's a very limited supply there. So we're currently working on making an aftermarket version of that, and we're hoping to have it done in a couple months. So it's actively being developed. In addition to that, we've got the Jeep Wrangler, the new Jeep Wrangler Flip Keys, Ford Transit, which is becoming a very popular van, Ford Transit Flip Key, and more Subaru remote head keys. We already have a pretty wide lineup of Subaru remote head keys, but we're going to be coming out with even more this year. And with that, we've got everyone's favorite promo on the next slide here. So this is the promo that everybody loves. We're doing 20% off keyless to go keys and remotes, and 10% off keyless to go starter packs. So, we've got salespeople in our booth. There's Anna's, I would say manning, but womaning the keyless to go booth here. She's just in the other office. So if you have questions about the product specifically, feel free to go in there. If you want to place an order, there should be a sales rep there or floating around, and you can place an order with an IKS or HL Flake sales rep if you'd like for 20% off. So yeah, very excited about all the stuff we've got coming in 2021. In addition, all the great stuff we came out with in 2020. Back to you, CS.
Yep, that's a lot of great information. We have a great crew of people who put a lot of effort into the Keyless to Go brand, not the least of which you, Sean, of course. But shout out again to Miss Anna, who worked herself into Keyless to Go, and we have a great product line because of it. If anybody wants to go say hi to Anna, go stop by the Keyless to Go booth. If you miss Neil too, you can go by and see him in the Keyless to Go booth. They are both very embarrassed to be on camera, so make sure you go by and embarrass them. So I'm going to try to recycle a segue here and say with every great key, you need a programmer to program it. And while that may not be 100% true, our next guest is going to come on, Aaron Jacobs, to tell us about the Smart Box, which is not an entirely new tool, but it's new to our family. Aaron, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I am, CS.
Thank you so much for being here. How are you doing so far?
I'm doing wonderful. Thanks for having me. I'm really looking forward to being here. I've enjoyed the discussion so far.
It is a lively discussion, but that is because Sean leads it. And he told me specifically, we're not going to embarrass Aaron. When he comes on, Sean asks all the questions. So Sean, I hope you had a drink of water. I'm going to turn this back over to you.
Thanks, CS. Yeah, it's all business today. No joking around. Aaron, thanks for joining us. I know you're part of the family now, and we're excited to have you with us or working together. Talking about the Smart Box, can you give everybody a little bit of history on it?
Absolutely. So the Smart Box was brought onto the market. It was to fill a need for something that was affordable, easy to use, but also offered a lot of bang for the buck. You don't have to pay top dollar to have a top programmer. It was made to be, I guess what I like to say is it's great for beginners, but it's powerful enough for a pro.
That's great. That's great. So in terms of its format, do you think you can kind of, there's a lot of different tools that use different methods. You've got some that are proprietary machines, others that are based on an Android tablet, but modified. Give us kind of the lay of the land on the Smart Box.
Absolutely. So the Smart Box was the first programmer in the world to come on the Android platform. I believe there might be a few more now, so keep me honest. But it was the first of its kind, and it was simply designed that way so that it would be extremely easy to continue to add new technology to it in the future. So the Smart Box has a tablet that is the actual portion that you interface with, and then it has a separate piece, which is the blue box, what a lot of people recognize as the Smart Box. That's the portion that actually connects to the OBD port to do the programming. Now, there's two different ways to interface with the Smart Box itself. So you can actually have a tethered connection, or you can operate it through Bluetooth as well, which comes in really handy. I think Mo was talking earlier about those Honda Proxes that you have to get out of the car and, run 30 feet away to program. So it's really nice to have that Bluetooth option when you're programming something along those lines. So one thing that's really cool about the Smart Box, I kind of refer to it as the Swiss Army knife of machines, because not only is it a top-notch programmer, but it's also a chip reader, a frequency tester, a voltage tester, a cloner, and it can even virginize Toyota Proxes right in the recessed area on the Smart Box.
That's really cool. I mean, we always tell locksmiths when they're kind of either just getting into auto or maybe they've done it for a little bit, but they're looking to kind of get heavier into it, is like some things that you need to have just to save yourself trouble are a chip reader, like you said, a remote tester, and a battery tester or something like that. So you can easily solve a lot of problems if you've got those tools. So it's great having it built into the machine. I do know that there's two versions of the Smart Box, right?
That is correct. Yes, you've got the full size unit, which comes with all those features I mentioned before, due to that recessed area that you can drop a key or a Toyota Prox down into. Now there is a smaller version of that, the Smart Box. It's called the Smart Box Mini, and you get all the same top-notch programming abilities from the Smart Box Mini as the full size, but you do lose that option to do the pre-coding, the cloning, the frequency testing, and the chip reading. So it's kind of neat too. It's kind of a get in where you fit in. So, it happens all the time where you've got a locksmith who may have a programmer, and you'd be surprised how many don't have that frequency reader or that chip tester. But let's say you do. Let's say that you've got a full size smart box, or you have the equipment, to perform some of those functions. At half the price, the Smart Box Mini is a great add, and it'll get you access to things like 2020, 2021 Fords, the new Subaru H key systems, H chip systems. So it's, again, Smartbox is all about bang for buck.
So, I like the fact that you've kind of got the light and the full there. Is there a particular, maybe segment of the market that you think the smart box really works for?
Well, it's funny you say that, because kind of going back to what I said, in the beginning of our talk, where it's simple enough for a beginner. That's how it was designed, but it is powerful enough for a pro. We have quite a few clients that actually run Smartbox as their main machine. It programs 95% of the vehicles on the road today, and they're always working on it, always trying to improve it. So what's really interesting about the Smart Box is it's actually learning and thinking all the time. I'll give you an example. As you may know, there may be several different immobilizers for one particular vehicle. A Ford F-150 comes to mind, which may have two different immobilizers, and then you may have like some of the Volkswagen vehicles that have 4 to 6. So let's say over the next 30 to 40 days, one particular option is option 1 in the Smart Box, because it's going to serve you up the most likely option for success the first time. So let's say over the next 30 to 60 days, as all the smart boxes in the world are programming F-150s or whatever vehicles they may be worked on, the smart box is receiving feedback on success and failures and things of that nature. Smart box will actually move the quickest option to the top. So over the next 30, 60 days, maybe it's the second option that gets the job done more often than the first. The next update, smart box will actually move that immobilizer to the top, and it'll be the first selection. So it is a smart box. It's learning all the time.
That's very cool. A lot of different programmers go about billing differently. It's really critical for these programming device manufacturers to charge some sort of fee, whether it's a credit or a token or an annual subscription, because that pays for the development of the future vehicles. But can you kind of talk us through how you guys bill versus maybe what's typical out there?
Absolutely. So, along with bang for buck, Smartbox is also all about innovation, doing it different, finding a new way to, or to improve upon old systems. So Smartbox offers a few different ways to pay for it. Number one, it's the pay per use. So it's $10 every time you program. And that's, whether it's a Toyota Prox. I know some machines may, have 2 usages over 1. But you've got the single use, and then you've got the $350 a month unlimited. You also have $3,500 a year unlimited, which would net you 2 free months. What's really cool about the Smart Box, the greatest feature in my mind, is it gives you the opportunity to collect the money first. So with Smart Box, you only pay once a month. So every 30 days, you're paying for those charges that you've used, those vehicles that you've programmed. It's really cool to actually go out, do a job, collect the money. And I hear from guys all the time. They're like, I just budget for that end of the month. I keep track how many cars I've got coming, and I know that I've already collected the money and the money's in the bank and done and done. Another cool feature about that is when you have your prepaid machines, you go out to a vehicle, maybe you had the wrong key, maybe there was something wrong with the car. For whatever reason, you end up burning a few usages, tokens, whatever they may be. You end up having to call a 1-800 line, explain to a tech what the issue was, and basically ask them, can I please have my money back? So Smartbox actually offers a portal to the user. You can actually log into your Smartbox portal. It's specific to your machine by the serial number, and you can dispute usages ahead of time. So that's really cool too. So again, during that 30-day period, you go out, you work on a particular vehicle, you have an issue, whatever that is, you can actually go back to the house, and before you're ever charged for it, get on there, flag that usage as not being complete, and get your money back before you really even spend it.
That's really cool. You mentioned there something about being able to access some of the data. Can you tell us more about like how a locksmith can use some of the information they see in the portal?
Absolutely. I'm really glad that you asked that. Thank you. So every programmer out there keeps track of the cars that you work on, whether they're successful, whether you failed on them. And that's, to improve the abilities of the machine, again, for the user. Every programmer does this. Smartbox is the only programmer that I'm aware of that actually makes that data available to the user. So all the vehicles that you've ever worked on, you can log into the portal and review those. So let's say that you worked on a really tough car like a Mitsubishi, or, we all know about those 04 to 09 Priuses. And it's been a long time, and, a customer calls and, asks you to work on this vehicle, and you kind of have a tickle in your brain. I think I had an issue with this. You can jump into the portal, see how many times you've worked on that car. Were you successful? Were you not successful? So that can be an indicator of, jobs that you may want to, avoid, or that you may want to approach carefully or have a spare key for. There's actually a second purpose for that. And, I hope in my heart that nobody ever has to use it for this. But, in this market, being security professionals, we do all know, how it is. So with that track record of everything that Smartbox is doing, let's say that you send an employee out to do a batch of vehicles. You send them out for a Mustang and an Altima. Well, later that day, you jump on the portal and you see that the person you sent out to do 2 cars actually did 3 or even 4. So it can be really handy to keep track of, what your employees are doing as well. Again, it's a feature that you never hope to have to use, kind of like a burglar alarm, but when you need it, it's there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's important. I mean, and you just get visibility. You can see, hey, what kind of vehicles am I doing frequently, right? Let me maybe stock up on the keys for these vehicles because I keep doing them. So I think that there's a lot of value in having access to the portal that gives you all your history.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe some recent updates that you guys have come out with?
Absolutely. So, I mentioned earlier, they just recently came out with the ADA key for the Subaru H-chip system. That is for procs and keyed. And I haven't had a chance to mention it yet, but they also came out with an unlocking dongle as well. It is a separate piece that you need to purchase in order to use it, but it gives you the ability to unlock all kinds of different keys and remotes that you use every day. OHTs, Fabics, 4014 Nissans, virginizing Toyota Proxes, so that you can avoid that, 15-minute immobilizer reset, which is, time is money in the locksmithing world. So those are just a few of the updates they came out recently. There are a few things that they're coming out with here in the near future. They're working real hard on a big Kia Hyundai update right now that should bring them up through 2021. They're also working on BMW, I'm happy to share with you, which you can look forward to have some compatibility added somewhere in the fourth quarter of this year.
Very cool. Yeah, BMWs are definitely getting more popular. Everyone seems to want to do them. So, I think it's important to have it on the tool. One topic I want to talk to you about was kind of scalability. I know that Smartbox has some features such as the videos built in and things like that. Can you kind of dive into that a little bit?
Absolutely. So along with the Smartbox and the portal we mentioned earlier, you get access to a reference guide, which is not only a keys to cars guide, but it also contains written instructions, helpful hints like where to find proximity slots and things of that nature. And then one of the most powerful things that it offers is the opportunity to watch a video for every single vehicle that's supported. So again, if you're hiring a new locksmith, putting a new guy in a truck and you want to start him out with something that will really help him through it, Smartbox is the ultimate choice. So reading a set of instructions, watching the video, and then going to the car to do it, you feel like you've already done this before. It provides the aura of expertise from the very beginning.
Putting new employees on. So if you can kind of take a lot of that uncertainty out of it, it's very helpful for them. But hey, Aaron, I want to thank you for joining us today. I know you guys have a booth. Are you going to be at the booth?
I'm going to do my best to join them. Absolutely. So make sure that you stop by and check us out, and also make sure you head over to the Smartbox booth. If you want to talk to some real experts, go and see the guys over there. They'd be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Aaron, for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you again for having me, Sean.
All right. Thank you. And with that, we'll bring in CS.
Yeah, hey, Aaron sounded like an expert to me, but if anyone wants more information on the Smartbox line of products, visit them at the Smartbox booth. If you spend 5 minutes in their booth, you will qualify for their prize giveaway, as you will with every booth you spend 5 minutes in. Remember, today we're giving away $20,000 worth of prizes, and the only thing you need to do to qualify for each prize is visit a booth for 5 minutes or more if you want to increase your chances of winning that prize. For every $100 you spend on that brand between Friday, April 9th and Monday, April 12th, we will give you an additional ticket for that entry. And that includes the Futura Auto from Advanced Diagnostics and ILCO, and the $5,000 prize giveaway, the Platinum Prize, which is a shopping spree for International Key Supply or HL Flake. Main Stage is getting ready to take a break. We're actually going to send our camera crew to do a virtual tour of the Advanced Diagnostics touring van. It's a van I know very well since I spent a few years driving around our beautiful country in it. On the other side of the break, we're going to be in Houston with our Flake crew. I hope you enjoy the video.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for spending this day with us. Come on and check it out. We got really cool stuff in here you can make some money with. Hey everybody, good afternoon. Really appreciate you guys joining us today, spending your time and your money on ILCO, spending your time and your money on HL Flake and IKS. Really appreciate y'all joining us today and taking part in this spectacular event. Been asked today to kind of feature our ILCO AD van and talk about that a little bit. This is our rolling showroom. This is where we can bring the products right to you with all of our equipment being live and online, all of our key machines, our automotive stuff. So the van, I'm sure, is coming to a place near you soon. So if you have the opportunity, man, just reach out to any of your representatives at HL Flake or IKS and set up an appointment. We'd love to come see you guys. If you want to join me, we'll kind of show some of the things on the van and hopefully pique some interest and show you how we go to market here. So, first off, when we talk to somebody about automotive, obviously you guys are watching this. There's a broad spectrum of talent pool and skill sets from the guy or girl who they just see the attraction and the potential of the automotive business, programming, and then of course you have the folks with 30 trucks and 30 smart pros, and God almighty do we love y'all. So what I usually talk to people about if they're looking at first getting in is cloning. So this is our RW4, and underneath it you're going to see the M box. This is how we go to market with cloning. And with these two pieces of equipment, you can clone about 95% of all clonable vehicles on the market. It's a very good price point. They've got an $8.99 MSRP on this. I am sure HL Flake and IKS are offering show specials today, so you can certainly take advantage of that. That's a nice, for what you're looking at doing, getting into the automotive end, that's a nice way to dip your toe in the pool and start generating revenue day one. After that, of course, or along with that, when I talk to somebody about first getting started, you see here, this is our Smart for Car, okay? This is what we use for our universal remotes, and they're going to come in this is for our GTH Keyblade series. This is our flip key housing, and this is our modular, so it's just a remote only. Now this is only for lock, unlock, hatch and panic. But again, your programmer is just a few $100s. The remotes are very price competitive. And so again, for your little cloning bundle here and for some universal remote capabilities, you're really not in a bunch of money initially to begin experiencing the profits that are available to you in the automotive market. Next up, of course, is our flagship. It's our Smart Pro. And on the van here, we have it, again, this is a live showroom, so we have a live Smart Pro, and we have our simulator here that we use. It's a 2017 Honda Accord. So people love to see that thing go, and we're doing a presentation. For those of you who don't know too much about the Smart Pro, there are now multiple buying options that can just about fit any budget. Again, on the front end, we're all consumers. We're all trying to get the most bang for our buck when we're looking at spending our money. So the Smart Pro, some of the advantages of that some of the others don't have, it's a hybrid machine, so you're going to have the abilities to either buy tokens or software or both. If you do nothing but Chevy, Ford, and Dodge, you can buy those softwares, for example, and be ready to go, but you get a few tokens in case the owner of your favorite commercial account has a vehicle outside of that family, and you're going to need tokens for that. So this is our Smart Pro here, and that's how we go to market with our programming. Next up, of course, is going to be our lookalike remotes. Let me tell you something, man. If you're not using our lookalike remotes by now, I'm so sorry, but these things have gone gangbusters since we've introduced them, and we are getting new releases on those. I mean, every few weeks. We have several hundred SKUs at this point, high quality. They're going to have the same warranty as our transponder keys. We just go gangbusters with those things. So please, there's a website, ilcolookalike.com. You can go on there, and it's a very simple drop-down menu. If you've got a customer in your shop or on the phone, you can literally go to that website, hit the click-down menu, pick your year, make, and model, and it's going to spit the part number at you. So we do very good with our lookalike remote, so certainly wouldn't want you to miss that. So we're talking about the Smart Pro. We'll do a real quick little demo for you. Nothing like you can get over in the Ilco booth, so be sure and go over there today. But here's your Smart Pro. Here is a simulator of a 2017 Honda Accord, computer and the whole bit. So this is just like having a little Honda Accord right here in our van with us. So we're going to go to our Smart Pro. This is your home screen. We're going to hit Vehicle Selection. We're going to hit Honda. We're going to pick this particular Accord, which is a 2017 Blade key. Go there, and we're going to hit Connect. Switch ignition on. There's your ignition. Hit OK. We're going to program keys, so you want to hit that. We're going to hit the green button for play. Total keys required. I'm just going to do one key right now. Okay. Sorry, man. Oh, sorry. I'll keep going if you want me to.
Yeah, keep going.
Switch ignition on with the same key. So the ignition is on. Switch ignition off. Switch ignition on with the same key within 20 seconds. It's going to count down 10 seconds. While this is happening, please look at our lookalike remotes. Switch ignition off. Switch ignition on with the same key. Is the immobilizer light out? It is. You're going to hit yes. The procedure is complete. Now something else real quick that a lot of folks like, and I'm going to kind of jump tracks on you. We're going to pick the level of detail that's in the Smart Pro is mostly on our My Keys Pro app. You got to use the My Keys Pro app. It's no charge to you. You can get it for Android or iPhone in your Play Store, and that is kind of a real quick handheld. Somebody's calling you on the phone. Hey, can you do such and such car? You can go right to that app and pick the car, and it's going to have just about all the information. Certainly can't program a car with it, but what I mean by that is, let's pick a Chrysler, and let's pick a 300. I think we're going to pick a, what is it, a 19 to 21, okay? So here's your vehicle info. Here's your photos. So it gives you some ideas of what you're looking at and how you connect. Here's some tips and hints, you know, which cable you need and things along those lines. And that Pro is really, it's free. So when I say that app is money, man, you got to get that app. That's My Keys Pro. When it comes to key cutting, of course, the flagship series from Ilco is your Futura line. And here we have a Futura Pro, and we have the Futura Auto. The Futura Pro is what you're going to use for your edge cut keys and your high security automotive. The edge cut side is certainly going to include your commercial keyways and such like that. So you have your tablet. The tablet is a wireless connection to the machine. Don't have to be on the internet, don't have to be online and such like that. When you do updates, of course, you have to go out, but not for your day-to-day. This is our flagship machine. They're running specials on this again today. It's been out for several years. I don't know of a single Futura Pro owner that has any complaints about the machine. We do very well with that machine. A couple of years ago, they came out with the Futura Auto. So just as the name implies, it does automotive keys. Now it does high security automotive and automotive edge cut keys. So you can see it's kind of missing this side over here because it's all done over here. To which you would go, how the heck do you do that? This swaps right out, this clamp, and you're going to put in a different clamp, and that's going to cut your automotive edge cut keys. So strictly automotive, same principle, same tablet, same database. Same way of operating, same way to update, same Wi-Fi connection between the tablet and the machine. Great price point on that. All day long is $3,800 MSRP. No one can touch that. And again, Flake and IKS are running show specials throughout this event. I kind of want to show you guys this little sheet. This is something we have right here on the van that kind of breaks down real quick, kind of a comparison. So what do each of the Futura series machines do? So that kind of gives you a bird's eye view of that as well. Okay, so now we've talked about this side of the van and all the really cool stuff over here that can make you guys a ton of money. We certainly covered our Futura line. Next up is going to be our mechanical key machines. Arguably the industry leader in key machines, durability, reliability. Obviously the flagship model in mechanical key machines is going to be the Bravo 3. Man, it's like the 350 Chevrolet. Sorry to you Ford guys out there. Everybody's got one of these. If someone's starting a business, they get a Bravo, they get a code machine. This is, you know, everybody knows the Bravo 3, but we have these on the van as well. And again, go over to the Ilco booth. Next up, everybody remembers the HD series. So what they did a few years ago was they took the old 040s, 044s, 045s, 046s, and they really did a vast upgrade. Now it's the Speed series. So for example, an old 044 machine, you know, with the green plastic cover and such, they updated those machines, and so now a 44 is an 044. So I call it the Bravo Lite. It's a really nice little machine. We sell a ton of these things, and what they did was they give it a much heavier frame, bigger motor, very good calibration, and a great price point. MSRP is $1,236. Again, HL Flake and IKS are offering show specials on this. So don't miss the Speed series. Okay, and so next in that Speed Flash line, when they did the update on the Speed series, they also updated the Flash 008. This is a great little duplicator for edge cut keys. You wouldn't believe how many of these we sell every day, including at trade shows. So this is just a nice little price point, practically portable machine, although it operates on 110 power. So please, again, if you've got someone you're putting in a truck, you're just trying to get a truck started out, maybe you want to throw that in your pickup and do some stuff on the weekend. That's a great machine for you. Next up, this is our newest addition to the high security automotive line, mechanically speaking, from Kaba Ilco. This is the Swift Plus. Suggested dealer cost well under $1,000, has tubular capabilities, and really again is a great machine for somebody starting out. We have above this, we're going to have your twister, a couple more bells and whistles, and then certainly the Matrix line, which is the flagship in the mechanical duplication for high security automotive. But please don't miss the Swift. Again, they have all of these machines being demonstrated now in the Ilco booth, which you can go there with just a click. And I'm sure all of y'all who have joined us at some of the trade shows have seen our broad offering of team keys, NFL, NBA. We have a ton of collegiate keys, and of course the NHL is the newest offering. So very marketable. Folks love their teams, their team spirit. We also have brand new, this hasn't been out very long at all, this is going to be your NFL keychains. So again, available at HL Flake, available at IKS. Marketability, make yourself different from the competitor. Show something the other guy isn't, make you some money. Again, thank you so much for joining us today, taking a look at our Ilco AD van and all the cool stuff we have on it. Really appreciate your time and your business that you spend with Ilco and AD and with HL Flake and IKS. Please jump on over to the Ilco booth now, just a click away, and check out this stuff more in detail and make some deals today. Thank y'all so much for being here.
Hi, I'm Leslie Moore, and I am with HL Flake. I'm the Purchasing and Product Manager. We're so glad you can join us today. We are going to be talking about opportunities in electronic access control, or you may have heard it referred to as EAC. So this is something our business has been focused on growing over the past couple of years, and actually we brought in Brent for his expertise so that he could help us in this area. Brent, can you share a little bit about yourself and what we're going to hear about today with our guests?
Sure. About me, I am a former integrator. I just installed and programmed and troubleshot access control for about 13 years or so. We did everything from video intercoms to big systems to hundreds of doors. we covered it all, and that's what we're trying to introduce to the locksmith and the locksmith community. Give them some opportunities and give them the possibilities to get into access control. I've been here at HL Flake for 2 years. This May, made 2 years, give or take. We also.
So what are we going to hear about today from the manufacturers?
Today we'll talk about opportunities in access control. Also, we'll go over some affordable options for access control for the locksmiths. We'll talk about new credentials, the Bluetooth readers, wave plates, and also automatic operators, touchless options.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about going beyond the standalone, right? Because what exactly does that mean for everybody out there?
So we'll go beyond the standalone system and start to give the locksmiths more information on the network system. The benefits of a network system, everything is real time. You can unlock doors, see the events, see everything that's going on with your access control system in real time, make changes, program. You can do everything from a computer or a phone, and that is the direction we're trying to take the locksmith in.
Great, yeah. So as I mentioned, Brent is an expert in this area. He's been a great resource for our sales team, for our customers. He's actually walked several customers through their projects, kind of held their hand, if you will, along the way. You've done site visits. Can you kind of talk about those a little bit?
Right. From time to time, I can get out here in Houston. I'm local out of the Houston branch. I'll visit sites with the customers. If they have questions or can't really get the full gist of where they're going, I'll go visit and see about if I can help them put together the parts and pieces and get them a quote. Obviously, we can't do that outside of Houston. We're in Houston, so
Lots of virtual calls, right? Video calls.
We can do Zoom calls. You can email, call me. We can set up a Zoom meeting. I could look at what you have, or look at your site, or your prints, whatever information you may have. A Zoom call would allow us to get a lot done if we take that route.
How many times do you think it takes for a locksmith to get comfortable doing a job on his own?
I would say 2 to 3 times.
Yeah, that's great.
What you can get comfortable. Your first job, when it's time to program and set up your job, it's just nerve-wracking. Just getting going on something new. So about your second or your third time, you'll start to get familiar with the terminology, the software, if you stick with the same one. But if you venture out and change it and go to different systems, they're all similar, but different, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, you just keep Brent on the phone is what he's saying.
Yes, we're here for you.
Yes. So, Brent does lots of trainings for us. He's been doing some EAC 101 classes this week. He does trainings throughout the year as well. So he's our man for it. He's the resource that you need. So don't ever hesitate.
We offer several classes, Access Control 101, Residential Access Control, which is a new one, and Understanding Access Control Systems is another. The 101 class just covers the basics, the parts, the pieces of an access control system, a little bit of how it functions, nothing in detail. And Understanding Access Control goes into different platforms, so just different softwares, how it looks, how it operates, so the locksmith can get familiar with some of these systems.
Yeah, I mean, learning and education is key here. Brent said some of his classes that the locksmiths they didn't even know the products were available because, everything is so new and changing. So he was able to have that locksmith go to his class, come out of it and be able to call his customer and say, hey, I can get this for you, and quoted the job. Is that right?
Right. So that particular locksmith told his customer that he didn't have an option for a phone credential used for a standalone system. After taking the course, I mentioned one of the readers that are Bluetooth, where he could have a standalone option, and he was able to go back to the customer, his customer, and let them know that there was an option. And we were able to get him a quote on that one.
Yeah,
and I think that one will work out for him pretty good.
Yeah. So I know we have, a lot of manufacturers to talk to today. So, look forward. Let's get started. So the first one we have is Alex Aaron with Seco Alarm. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Morning, Leslie. Morning, Brent.
Morning.
How are you today?
Good, thanks. Thanks for being here today.
Welcome.
So Alex, so we're in discussion about opportunities in electronic access control. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and about Seco Alarm?
Yeah, my name's Alex Aaron. I've been with Seco Alarm 14 years now. I'm in technical sales, which has to do with the tech support and application side of things. Seco Alarm's been in business 50 years now, started out in automotive and has steadily moved to commercial and residential access control, security, and other options.
Okay, great. And we know access control, this is the direction that the industry is going, right? I mean, everything's going from mechanical to electronics. Seco Alarm's been a line we've carried for probably a couple of decades almost now, I'd have to say. So it's just been a great affordable option for locksmiths. And, most locksmiths know you best by your keypads and wireless transmitters and receivers. You carry a wide array. So can you tell us a little bit more about those in detail?
Yeah, our keypads, we've had the traditional standalone keypads, Form C relay output, so they'll work with either a door strike or a mag lock, for the electronic access control portion of it. Recently, we've introduced the Bluetooth keypad, which allows programming through the app as opposed to typing in commands on the keypad itself. So the app becomes a viewport into the keypad. Everything's stored on the keypad as opposed to the phone. So that way, if you lose your phone, your keypad's not compromised. The viewport allows you to set users, scheduling, pull an audit trail from the keypad. Also, if you're doing a multiple keypad location, you just would need to program one keypad, download the user list, and then you can go to the next keypad and upload that user list and do it for the third, fourth. So all the keypads have the same user settings and system settings.
Okay, great.
And that is for a standalone reader, right, Alex?
That is a standalone system, yes.
So what are the advantages of having a Bluetooth reader?
It basically makes it easier than having to type in on the keypad. I'm sure, a lot of installers, type in the master code and then, start programming codes in. And it's, you have to refer to the manual for exactly, 4 zeros and star twice to get into programming, then, 102000, the 4-digit PIN code, pound, star to get out. This way you have the app, you can go in, log in, user, type in their PIN code, save, you're done. Don't have to remember codes in your head.
So that would make it easier for the locksmith to set up and deploy these keypads in multiple scenarios, right?
Yes, very simple and easy to use.
So the older non-Bluetooth version, when it was time to set up a multiple door system, you had to go to each and every door and program them one by one, right?
Yep. And if you were doing prox cards, you'd have to program the prox cards into each and every system. With the new system, you do it on one, and then, just upload that settings to each of the other keypads and you're done.
Yeah,
so it cuts down the amount of time required to do the programming.
That sounds pretty quick there.
It is.
So give or take, how long would it take for you to set one up? Let's say add 10 users, give or take. phone users?
Probably about 5 minutes with the Bluetooth app. With the traditional standalone keypad, probably 10 minutes.
Right. The going through the sequence of the codes and it does take a long time. I have to read every manual for everyone. I can never remember any of them.
Yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit more about some other products? Like I understand we have a video intercom.
Right. We have the video door phone. We both have a wired and a wireless version. Basically, it's a camera station that goes outside on the front door, the gate, and then there's an indoor monitor that when somebody rings the doorbell, it rings the indoor monitor. You can then answer it, talk to them. If it's somebody you want to let in, you can press the unlock button, and again, it can trigger either to a mag lock or a door strike to unlock, so that they can open the door, or open a gate or something like that.
So the unlock button is actually on the destination?
Monitor.
It's on the monitor. So where you would view who's at the door, who you're talking to, you can hit a button on it and it would allow them to get in.
Correct.
And that would work on a mag like door strike, exit device, any device, right?
Yep. It's a relay output on the door station, so it can control any device.
Right. Sounds good. Could you tell us some more about the other new devices, like our wireless receivers, transmitters that are out, that are new?
We've had the standard 315 and 433 megahertz transmitters and receivers. This year, we're releasing the new HL series of transmitters and receivers. They're 917 megahertz. They allow for a longer range. They also have armor-piercing technology, which means where the traditional RF would be blocked by metal and other materials in between. This one will punch through most of the interference-causing materials and get a good consistent signal. 1,800-foot range, as composed to 500-foot with the 315 and 433 megahertz system. So programming's a little bit easier too.
On the 315, what is the range on it?
500 feet.
500, and you said 1,800 for the new 915?
Yeah, the HL series is 1,800 feet.
1,800 feet. And on the 300 megahertz series, it doesn't have the same technology to get as long a distance and cut through metal and that type of stuff, right?
It's a little bit more prone to interference from building materials.
Right. So sheetrock, doors, frames.
Yeah, metal studs, everything like that, will reduce the range of those items.
Okay, good. So do we have any more new products that may be on the way?
Currently, there's no new products on the way. We do have, our wave to open sensors. It's, IR technology. We have had it for about 5-6 years, but with the current situation, everyone's wanting contactless solutions. The no touch, Form C relay output on it. You wave your hand in front of it. You don't need to touch it. It trips the relay, so you can trigger to unlock a mag lock, door strike, or do the egress input on a keypad.
And what are they made of? Is it stainless steel, plastic? On the touch list, the wave plates, we have different options?
Yeah, we have all the plates are stainless steel. We do have a white, Decora style white plate version. The housing, holding it is a stainless housing. A couple of different sizes. We have both, the single gang and a mullion size.
Okay.
The single gang, the sensor is 38 millimeters, and the slimline is 22 millimeters.
Okay. Well, Alex, I think we're going to have to wrap it up here, but we really appreciate you being here with us today. And I know everybody can come to the booth and see all of these new products and all the great things you guys have to offer. Is that right? You'll be demonstrating, and so
running either live sessions or
our segment on opportunities in electronic access control. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and about ZK Techo?
Sure. Well, ZK Techo started in the biometric industry over 20 years ago, and has been building access control systems, time and attendance, terminals, and other things for that long, and continuing to be a leader in those industries.
Okay. So we're encouraging locksmiths to move from standalone to networked. What product does ZK have to easily allow them to do that, Neil?
Yeah, so we've got a great product that allows locksmiths to make the transition. It's called Atlas, and Atlas is a browser-based solution. There's no software to install, which makes it much easier for an installer who's not familiar with software, who's afraid of it almost, to actually go ahead and plug a system in, and all the software just be there. It's a web service. All they have to do is go to the browser just like they do any other day when they're going to Google or Facebook or anything else. And by doing that, they have all of the functions right in front of them. Of course, it's password protected, and they can control from 1 door to 84 doors with this solution.
Okay.
Good.
Awesome. I know Brent knows a lot about Atlas.
Right. I've gotten to test one out, or a couple of them out over the 2 years I've been here. So Neil, could you tell us what are the benefits of having web-based versus a server-based panel?
Sure. So we try to stay away from the word web-based because people get confused with web-based and the cloud.
Right.
So we're a browser-based solution, right? Which means you access the system through any browser, so you can work with PCs or Macs, which makes us unique there also. And all you have to do is log in, and you have all the access right there, as I was telling Leslie. It makes it extremely simple. There's very easy to use tutorials that take you through every single step of the system.
Right. So could you tell us the scalability of the Atlas panel? How far can it scale? How many doors can we do?
So we can go up to 84 doors or 21 panels. We have 1, 2, and 4 door panels. So if you take 4 21 door panels, that's where you max out. But that is scalable. And again, the beauty is that's all from one interface. You don't have to deal with 24 different interfaces or anything else. You can control all the card readers or fingerprint readers right there, just by going into one interface, and you can control which readers are usable or accessible by which customers or employees, and you can control what times they're allowed access, what days, holidays. You can set anti-passback rules, which means somebody can't pass their credential back to the person behind them. There's just so many rules that are available, and they're all just point and click.
Right. So all of that will be done in the software and the programming. Could you tell us a little bit about the kits that ZK offers?
Yeah, so we're very excited. We've been doing kits for a long time, and this has really helped us grow in the industry, and help the locksmiths and any installer be able to just say, hey, I want this part number. So for example, if they want a 1-door Atlas kit, they would just order the ZK Atlas 100, and that would be the card-based access control system for 1 door. If they want a 4-door kit, it would be the 4-door or the 400 kit, and so forth. And we do the same thing on the biometric side for the fingerprint access. So that would be the Atlas 460 as an example for the 4-door Atlas kit. And then you can just multiply those out and you can get whatever you need.
Yeah. And you guys actually have a new kit out right now.
We do.
You want to talk a little bit about that? I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Kits, but the one I think you're pointing to, Leslie, is our Bluetooth kit, which enables you to get credentials right there on your phone, and just walk up to the reader, and the employee just touches a button on their screen when they're near the reader, and it unlocks the door for them. It's a great solution, easy to use, easy to install, easy to add credentials. and
Touchless
so on.
solution, what we're looking for.
Exactly. Everything's there on the phone, so the employee doesn't have to touch that door, touch the keypad, touch, whatever it is. If you have an electronic door opener, which you guys sell also, they just walk up, they go ahead and they put their reader there and their phone there, and the door opens automatically for them.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So you offer in the Atlas panel, we offer biometric and prox
Well,
in
there's
Atlas?
right, exactly. So there's two different readers. There's the biometric reader and there's the RFID reader. And then beyond that, we also have the Bluetooth. And now we're introducing QR code. We have a unique QR code that generates automatically every day. And it can then be utilized. Actually, it generates even more than every day. But it can be utilized on a QR reader on the inside. We don't have an exterior QR reader currently. But now you don't even have to pay for credentials at all. So you buy the customer buys the system, you install it, they use QR, they never have to pay for another credential.
Using the QR reader.
That's right.
Okay.
So now that's a big deal to get free credentials.
It sure is.
Right, because
Sure
the
is.
Bluetooth.
Because with the Bluetooth, unfortunately, with the Bluetooth, that credential is tied to that phone. So if they upgrade their phone, there's a cost to get a new Bluetooth credential because that Bluetooth credential is tied to the MAC address of the phone to prevent it from being shared. So as a safety measure, it's a cost the end user money.
Right. So the credentials, when you have a Bluetooth credential for the ZK reader, cannot go from one phone to another. It'll
That's
be
correct.
linked to one phone. So that would make it even more secure.
Correct. Now, also that can be used across any of the 84 doors if that user has that access privilege.
Right. The Bluetooth credentials, which you're talking about,
Yes,
could
sir.
be used across any of the 84 doors if we were to do 84 doors.
Exactly. Now,
Right.
I will tell everybody that the average installation in America is between 6 and 10 doors. So don't get scared with 84, but the nice part is you can do that if you need to.
Okay. So average installed 10 doors. So that would mean 2 4-door panels and 1 2-door, or 3
You got
4-door
it.
panels.
You got it. Yeah, people, that's a good point, Brent. A lot of people will go with 3 4-door panels just so they have a little extra. If they go the 2 and the 2 and the 2 4s, then they're stuck. They're done.
Right. You have to be prepared to expand.
Right.
For adding more readers.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, Neil, I think we're getting cued. We're going to have to wrap it up, but I know everybody can come see you at your booth and see the new products. One thing we didn't get to touch on right now was Speedbase. I know we talked about it last year a little bit, but I mean, that's still a great solution. It's the temperature reader and access control all in one. So go to see Neil at ZK Techo booth and learn more about that. And thanks again, Neil, for being here today.
Thanks,
Neil.
guys. It's a pleasure.
Okay. All right. And so up next is Ross Lair. We've got Greg Penninger. Is Greg waiting? Hey, Greg.
How's it going, Greg?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay, how about now?
Oh, now
We
I can.
have you now.
All right.
Yes.
Great to see y'all. Thanks for having me.
You too. Thanks for being here.
You bet.
So, we're discussing opportunities in access control. And I know Ross Lair plays a big part in that. So can you tell us about yourself and about Ross Lair?
You bet. I got in the security industry probably before you guys were born. So I've been around for a long, long time. I've been with Ross Lair about 3 years. We cover a lot of ground. We're of course we're based in Israel, but we have a global presence. We've been in the U.S. since the 80s. We've been in the access control business since the 80s. We've got some other divisions along with rechargeables, but I won't get into those today because I don't know much about those. But I can tell you all you want to know about access control. But we do a ton of work with locksmiths. We have a product that is easy to use. It's user friendly. It doesn't have a lot of RMAs. We have a tremendous team in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that does all of our tech support, and so they're able to assist someone if it's their first install. We'll help them go from soup to nuts on the programming and honestly, even a network system, if it's a relatively simple install, once you get the software installed, you're 15 minutes away from having a working system. So it's very popular in the locksmith and that community.
Yeah, definitely. I know y'all have been a go-to for sure for the locksmiths. And that's a server-based option.
It is.
But, I know Brent probably can share in this. And
Right. So could you tell us what differentiates Roslair from the rest of the EAC, access control manufacturers?
Sure. Well, you got some great partners, and we're happy to be one of them. As I mentioned earlier, Roslair is server based, and I want to clarify. Server just means it's a very lightweight application that goes on a PC somewhere. So it doesn't have to be a dedicated server. It can be it can run in the background on a HR person's computer if you need to be. Some folks install just a mini Nook computer, put it on a network, and set it and forget it type situation. And then some folks will remotely install it and have it operating somewhere else. So, for example, we have a installation in San Francisco that the server is actually located in Israel. So it doesn't have to be even in the same continent. It can be a completely different part of the world for that server to be located. And we may talk about it a little bit more later, but we actually have a done-for-you cloud solution, coming out, Lord willing, later this year that will make it even easier.
Could you explain, give a brief explanation of what the cloud-based system is?
You bet. So cloud is for lay folks, I mean, at its base, it's simply someone else's computer that your server, if you will, is running on, and it communicates over the internet. So this cloud solution could be in a server farm of some kind, or in simple fashion, we have some installers that have a PC at their office that they use to create a mini cloud, if you will. In our situation, we've gone the extra mile and it's a done for you solution. So really, and I haven't seen, like I said, this is a to be determined, or not to be released product. We should have it in beta here in the next few weeks. But it'll be an easy to use solution, particularly for those who may be a little scared about installing software. And it really makes it an easier install. And you have some customers that want that, they like the concept of the cloud. The cloud has got a sexy name that people are attracted to. And so some of your customers are wanting cloud. With that cloud, we are going to have more robust apps to go along with it as well. So you'll see a lot of enhancements with our existing apps, the world as we know it today.
Right. So that cloud-based scenario is yet to come. So could you tell us about some of the options that we do have now, like the Bluetooth readers?
Absolutely. So right now we have a handful of apps. Our most popular apps are our Bluetooth readers, and it works with both Android and iOS. We also have built into that same app in the Android ecosystem, we have an NFC solution that works. The iOS hasn't opened that function up to us yet, so as soon as they do, we hope to jump in with the NFC on that side. But in our Bluetooth world, we have several, I think last count, 9 different readers that will utilize the Bluetooth technology. But our apps are free. The apps are available in the App Store. The end user can download those apps at no charge. Then the integrator or the admin of that, whoever's the admin of that system, can activate or authenticate those phones for use with our Bluetooth readers. So, for example, you simply open up the app, click on which door you want to unlock, and it'll unlock. The whole thing happens just in a few seconds.
So for your credentials, is there a cost associated with Bluetooth credentials?
Great question. For the end user credentials, no, there's no cost at all. For the installer, there is a small charge of like $3 in the App Store for the installer app. And that allows you to configure the apps or configure the readers to work as you want. You also name the readers through the admin app and so forth. So but the end user apps, the apps your customers will be using, those are free to use and free to download. And there's not a monthly charge or a quarterly charge that goes along with that.
So the cost will be for the app to set up and program, but for the credentials, is there a cost for, let's say I need 100 credentials?
No, sir. With the Bluetooth credentials, the Bluetooth credential app, those are free. So there is no charge, not upfront, not a recurring charge. It is free.
Okay, let's make sure we heard that correctly. That Greg
It's my favorite four-letter word.
that
Yeah,
word.
exactly. That's a good one.
Yep.
Okay.
Greg, I know we have to wrap it up soon here. One thing we didn't get to talk about was the long-range readers that you guys have available. Do you want to talk about that real briefly, and then otherwise, everybody can come visit you and about your booth and hear more about it?
You bet. You got me all evening. We can keep it going. But yeah, our long-range readers are very popular. We have we have two that we have one that works up to about 20 feet with the UHF credential, and of course it's Bluetooth capable as well, so you can get about 35 feet Bluetooth range. And then we've got our a 40-foot app, or excuse me, a 40-foot long-range reader that'll again work 40 feet with the UHF and then 35 feet with the Bluetooth. Those can be used in parking garages. If you have a gate situation, you want to attach a credential to your vehicle. You can also utilize it, tie it in with a door opener, and have a completely hands-free access control system. So as you approach that reader, the reader identifies you via a credential, a UHF style credential, and this could be something you could wear on your body, and it would open the door and authenticate that user as they walk through the door.
Okay,
awesome.
Sounds
good.
Great.
And it comes with all the mounting hardware as well. So it's a really turnkey solution for you.
Okay, great. Well, Greg, thanks so much for joining us today. And everybody go visit the Rossslayer booth and
come on down.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good one, Greg.
Okay.
Thanks.
So
Bye-bye.
Up next, we are going to have Will Gardner with Dormicaba.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Yes. How's
Hi,
it
Will.
going, Will?
Hey, I'm great. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So today we are talking about opportunities in access control. And just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and also about Dormicaba and how it plays a role in access control.
Absolutely. So broad question there, right? But I'm, as you mentioned, Will Gardner. This marks my 10th year with the company, with Dormicaba, in one form or fashion. My current role is Senior Regional Sales Manager for Dormicaba USA, responsible for doors, hardware, and electronic access divisions for Texas and Louisiana. So I have a team of about 20 that cover the two states that are focused on end users, distribution, architects, and low voltage. Some of the brands in our portfolio are Dorma, Simplex, RCI, Mescador, Best Hardware, RCI or Rutherford Controls, so strikes, mags, switches, those things. Keyscan software, design hardware. So overall, very exciting times for us at Dormicaba, and we've moved to putting all these brands under one roof and are able to provide more solutions than we ever have before.
Yeah, awesome.
Sounds good. So the talk has been touchless for the last year or so. Could you tell us a little bit about what you have to offer in the touchless space?
Yeah, so the world's obviously changed around us over the past year, and we've seen how touchless technology has become a focus, especially within our industry. For those of us that have worked in this business prior to the pandemic, we really focused on safety and security of facilities, and now it's a little more complicated. And as we get back to work and get kids back to school, health becomes a part of that safety piece. So people want confidence that the facilities are putting measures in place for the mitigation of microbial transmission, and people want to be assured that the buildings they enter are doing whatever they can to safeguard the health of the patrons and employees. So we saw an obvious need for touchless applications. We had customers call often. So the need was there in the marketplace, and all vertical market types were looking at options, and especially at retrofitting non-locking applications like a multi-stall restroom. And we already had the products necessary to solve that problem. But we wanted to take it a step further and wanted to figure out how we could provide the right solution the right way. We had 4 options available, very basic. So you have a push or pull in aluminum or dark bronze. Keep it simple, and that allows us to keep it at a very competitive price point as a package solution under one SKU, which hopefully makes it easier for partners like Flake and easier for the customer at the end of the day to have it all in one box.
Definitely. We love kits, so no guessing, it's all there. And, Brent, have you had any requests for these yet? I know we are just ordering these, just getting them in, right. But, customers are calling and they, want kits, they want the touchless, so.
The customers typically want a all-in-one solution. So the automatic operator with the touchless plates give them that solution, and it comes in at a really good price point. Could you tell us about the actual plates? Are they offered in multiple different finishes?
So yes, we do have different options available. The kit is a 910 TC, which is the black wave plate, 12 or 24 volt, our basic actuator, right? But we do have stainless steel options available. We do have a package where you can add a couple of extra pieces to make it a wireless switch, or purchase a wireless actuator completely separately. These are all available under our RCI family of products, but in the kit, it's a 910 TC, 2 black wave plates in the kit, which again, keep it simple. Again, it hits that price point that you mentioned, that we can hopefully get it out to the market at a very competitive price that allows more to add this on openings than you would have seen in the past.
That's awesome. Well, Will, we're going to have to wrap this up, but I know everybody's going to want to come see you at your booth and learn more about the kits. We're going to go on a 10-minute break, but also stick around at the main stage for a few more minutes, because we're going to be doing looking at the new Dormakaba Discovery Center. So stick around for that, and then go visit the Dormakaba booth. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to the Dormakaba America's Discovery Center. Whether you're a long-standing partner or a new customer looking for ways to improve the access at your facilities, no matter who you are, we're glad you stopped by to take a virtual tour of our Discovery Center. My name is Jillian, and I'll be your guide through the virtual tour along with Dan, our product demonstration expert. You can find me on the map by traveling through the Discovery Center with your mouse and clicking on our floating hotspots positioned throughout the virtual Discovery Center. When you visit the Discovery Center in person, you'll interact with solutions from all our product groups, feel their superior quality, and meet with our product and technical experts. Once you experience these benefits firsthand, you'll discover why Dormakaba is a trusted industry leader. Visiting in person allows you to explore and experience the next level in interactivity through additional mixed reality elements and the personal interaction with someone from Dormakaba. Start planning your interactive experience anytime by clicking on the Schedule a Visit button. Now, let's kick things off.
It's a shattering truth. In schools and other public spaces that should be safe, violent incidents have been on the rise for years. While society searches for answers and law enforcement respond as quickly as they can, most incidents like shootings are over in minutes, before first responders can even arrive to help those in the building. But now, you have a line of defense in those crucial first minutes. Studies have shown that there has never been a time that an active shooter broke through a locked door, which means that getting people behind locked doors is a key to saving as many lives as possible. At Best, we've created Shelter, a smart wireless solution to lock down any area of your building or campus with the press of a button. Since all building layouts and traffic flows are different, the Shelter lockdown system is versatile and scalable, offering an incident-specific response, room by room, zone by zone, or building by building. It's easy to retrofit into existing buildings and gives administrators something they can control when a threat appears. With the press of a button on your remote fob, you alert authorities and secure every area you need to, while anyone inside can still exit if they need to. It's the smart solution that puts a locked door between your worst fears and your people. In schools, churches, hospitals, libraries, anywhere you have people to protect, we have safety on lockdown. We fight senselessness with smarts. That's Best.
If never having to rekey a lock again sounds like a dream come true, it might be a great time to make the switch to Dormacaba's new platform, SwitchTech. 100 years ago, Frank Best revolutionized the world of locks with his figure-8 core design, and the technology was so significant that it went largely unchanged until now. His legacy paved the way for Best to create an innovative new design, SwitchTech, to meet today's technology needs. As a Red Dot winner for excellence in product design, SIA New Product Showcase winner for access control devices, and ESX Innovation Award winner for controllers, SwitchTech is recognized by industry professionals as the leader in making access control safe and secure. Let's unlock the transformation of Frank Best's figure-8 lock and see how far it's come with SwitchTech. Building off of Frank Best's small format interchangeable core, SwitchTech has expanded the opportunity to bring electronic access control throughout your facility. Leveraging this design of being able to pull out the mechanical core, put in a switch core, and bring electronic access to control there in a 5-minute install or less. If you can lock it, you know as well as I do that there's a small format interchangeable core locking mechanism for it. So bringing control to new places, things that you didn't think about before, but increasing the control and improving your return on investment, all are possible with SwitchTech. The install time for a core is 5 minutes or less. There's no infrastructure to put into place throughout the building. There's no need to run any wires, no need to test Wi-Fi, no need for portal gateways. Simply count the number of locks and deploy the cores across them. The solution is easy to use, designed to be intuitive for those that will be using it. It's as simple as pressing the activate button on the app and then touching the core. The two will communicate, and if you're allowed in, you'll be granted access.
small format interchangeable core, which is just that figure 8 core that you see in most doors. There's millions of them out in the world today.
Original SFIC was invented by Frank Best in the early 1900s, and he saw a need to invent something that would allow him to carry less keys and also just swap out key access more easily.
What we're doing now is we're not necessarily replacing it, we're just building upon it.
The fundamental problems we're solving are the same problems he saw back then. There just wasn't the technology to address them.
That's what we're doing here now in his legacy, is expanding upon that innovation and bringing it to current technology standards.
So the Switch Tech project started about 3 years ago. The idea came about where we wanted to incorporate a smart technology inside pre-existing locks.
Switch Tech replaces your existing small format interchangeable core with a mobile-enabled Bluetooth electronic core. That small format interchangeable core was the only true standard we could attack that had the kind of scale we needed. The SFIC became a thing we could deploy everywhere. It took about 3 years of really difficult engineering development, some pretty complex new manufacturing processes for the company.
The technology was barely on the cusp of being able to do this.
Fitting all the electronics and the functionality, the batteries, everything into that form factor and constraining yourself to that is a scary proposition. I think it's why nobody has done it really before this.
We were able to step in there and talk to companies that are coming up with these technologies before they're even out the door.
From a security standpoint, you have to look at it from a couple different ways. One of them is from the physical attack. And so all of the standards that a mechanical lock has to go under, this now being put in there actually does not diminish those at all. But then you also have the data, our Legic technology.
It uses the same technology as any kind of like bank account or government would use for encryption.
And the way we're able to gain access and grant access is second to none. It was really in how people interacted with the apparatus and device itself that the voice of the customer was absolutely amazing and really led to some pretty significant design changes from what we originally envisioned.
One of the initial rounds of usability testing we did was with an early concept where the user had to kind of push and turn on the core to be able to get it to open. And once we saw people interacting with it, we just weren't happy. We kind of came back and the team rallied around that challenge.
I think it was enough when I saw somebody who was 92 years old actually operate it well, and somebody who was 14 years old operate it just as well with the exact same product.
We've got a lot of really smart, really good people who have worked on this. And it's been exciting to be part of that team, to see their passion and the level of effort, engagement, willingness to think outside the box.
You have Dormakaba, which is a company that's been innovative for many years, and they bring together their Legic technology, their encryption technology, their ability to provide and grant access with credentials alongside of the mechanical engineering that Best has had for many, many years in building robust applications for mechanical solutions.
We pivoted and went to what the customers actually needed, and I think that's a distinct difference in what we've done in a development standard, and that's really exciting to me.
It took Frank Best to be curious in his time to say, how do I come up with something that's different, that addresses an issue people have?
Why hasn't this been done before? The idea has always been there. People have always wished they could have this. Today is really the first time that we're able to come out with something commercially that's able to fulfill this need.
It's a easy to use, easy to survey, easy to deploy solution that is innovative in the marketplace because there's nothing else like it.
And now that we know that we can do it there, I mean, it's endless, the possibilities of what kind of form factor we're going to be able to take Switch Tech technology.
Introducing Sapphire LX, Dormacaba's smart multi-housing access control lock. The Sapphire LX offers stylish design, enhanced security, improved performance, and modern conveniences demanded by your tech-savvy residents. Sophisticated RFID technology, coupled with contemporary design, accentuates the appearance and performance of new or renovated properties. With the ease of our no touring feature across the entire property, staff will not need to visit a lock to update access rights, saving them significant time and money. With our community access management software, property managers can control, monitor, and manage property access from anywhere at any time. Within minutes, property staff can add a resident, grant access to units, amenities, common areas in the perimeter, and create RFID credentials or mobile access keys through a single platform. With Blue Sky Mobile Access, residents enjoy the convenience of unlocking unit and common area doors with their mobile phones, providing the connected lifestyle they desire. Our partnership with leading third-party smart building technologies such as energy management, IoT, and resident communications streamline your operation while simplifying residents' lives. We offer an entire portfolio of smart access solutions for applications that scale with future property growth. Learn more about Sapphire Smart Locks and how integrated technology increases the value of your property at dormacaba.us.
The main stage is about to take a break. You can too. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be back in a few.
And I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. Out on the clothes I'm wearing, and the road goes on forever. And I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. Past the point of caring, same old bed I'll soon be sharing. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. rider. Not gonna let them get me, no. Not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. No, I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. Not gonna let them catch the midnight rider.
That's some good music right there. We are back. Happy to be on the main stage with you once again. I want to give you one of the final reminders for how to take full advantage of today's event. For starters, we're giving away $20,000 worth of prizes. Easy to become eligible for each one of those prizes, and there's no limit on the amount of prizes you can win. Simply spend 5 minutes in each booth, and you can become eligible for that booth's prize. Additionally, if you spend $100 on that manufacturer's product, you get an extra ticket for that prize entry. That's including the Futura Auto key machine from our friends at Advanced Diagnostics and Ilco. Go spend 5 minutes in their booth. You're automatically eligible to win that prize. Similarly, if you spend $100 on their product, you get an extra prize entry. Lastly, we have the Platinum Prize, which is the $5,000 shopping spree at International Key Supply or HL Flake. All you got to do to enter to win that prize is be here for a while. You spend 2 hours at our show out of the course of the day, you're automatically entered to win. Spend 5 minutes in 15 or more booths, you're automatically entered to win. Now, discounts are good through Monday. I don't want you to miss out on anything, so make sure you take advantage of the offers by Monday. If you want to see what offers are available, any booth that you're in, simply look in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, click on the offer tab, and you'll see what discounts are available for that manufacturer. If you're not seeing a product that you want to discount on, or you have general product questions, contact a sales rep. They are not hard to find. They are bouncing around all over the booths. They are available by phone, and there's also a tab here on the left-hand side of your screen that says sales and support. If you go there, you can find some sales reps to help you. Lastly, we are having a social hour at the end of this show at about 5 o'clock Eastern. Stick around for that. Hang out, get to see one another, fellowship with one another. It'll be a good time. We're going to bring Sean McAuliffe back to the main stage with us, and we're going to continue talking about some of the newer and more innovative tools in the marketplace. Sean, are you with me?
I am, CS. I actually just spent the break going through some of the booths, checking out all the different things we have to offer. It's great to see all the booths had, a few dozen people in them, chatting and asking questions. So, just really enjoying seeing all the people come out today.
Good. Yeah. And we'll say it later if we haven't said it before. We really do appreciate every single one of you for being here. Our next guest is Chad Schnitz from the Autel family. He's going to join us and talk about a lot of the diverse tools that Autel has to offer. They got a lot going on over there, and we're happy to have Chad here to tell us all about it. Chad, how are you?
Doing fantastic. It's been a great show so far. It's been very exciting.
All right. Well, we're very glad to have you here. Sean's been super excited to talk to you all day. He can't stop talking about Chad this, Chad that. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Sean and let him ask you a few questions.
Hey, Chad, I even checked you out in the break. It looked like your booth was pretty busy. So how's the show been so far?
The show has been excellent. We have had a lot of people coming through the booth, lots of great questions and lots of questions about all the new updates, the new offerings from Autel and the new things we're doing in the future. So it's been a very exciting show.
That's awesome. You talked about the new things, but can we take a step back first and can you give people maybe that don't know much about Autel some background?
Yeah, absolutely. So Autel came as an outsider into this industry. We came from the diagnostic side of the world, and our tool is probably one of the largest selling tools in the automotive repair side. And we started seeing a big need for that diagnostics in the key programming world. So that is where we came from with our IM 508 and our IM 608. So we have a pretty slim offering to be able to offer a wide array of products for key programming, but offering that diagnostic side is really the secret sauce to what Autel has done.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of these helpful things I hear a lot from locksmiths, and I've experienced it myself. You know, going in when you're having trouble programming key and being able to kind of determine on the spot what might be causing that can be extremely helpful. Can you dive into that a little bit further?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started seeing more and more of the key programming and security side being tied into many more modules. It's not just the instrument cluster anymore. It's not just in a PCM. On some of these cars, we have 5 or 6 modules that have security in them. So what Autel has done is really simplified that process for our locksmiths. When we go in, even before we think about programming the keys, we can do an immobilizer status screen, and we can scan all those modules that have to do with security in that vehicle. So we know before we do anything if we have an issue. Because as locksmiths, we know as soon as we touch the car, it's our fault. If it gets a flat tire, it's our fault. So now we know we can go to that customer and we can say, hey, customer, before I've done anything, you have these issues. We need to address these before I can move forward. It not only covers our backside, but also makes us more professional in the industry to be able to provide that solution and let the customer know what's going on.
Yeah, that's really cool. One of the things I like is the ability to kind of do that pre and post report. You know, do the scan, print out that pre-programming report of what's potentially already wrong with the car, so you can give it to the customer and show them afterwards, hey, you know, what was there before is still there now, but you have an extra key.
So and that's really new to the industry, right? Being able to scan all the codes before we do anything and present that to the customer saying, hey, Mr. Customer, you have ABS codes, engine codes, and all these others. Whereas before Autel came into the scene, they would take it to a shop and say, yeah, the locksmith was the last one that touched it. They must have set all those codes. So it is a really awesome feature to be able to do that pre-scan. And after you're done, make sure you didn't set any codes in that post-scan.
Yeah, definitely. What have you guys been working on this year? Have you come out with anything new? Is there anything that you want to talk about?
So we have very robust platforms on the Autel IM 508 and the IM 608. So instead of being like the rest of the industry and trying to release a brand new tool every year or every 2 years, we just keep making our software better. So we have added a lot of updates over the past year, and actually in the last, I'd say 4 months, had some really robust updates come through, adding 2021 coverage for a lot of the GM family, adding Subaru coverage for all keys lost, and that has been a huge win in the industry. Locksmiths have really struggled with Subaru over the last couple of years, and Autel has found a solution for that. Doing a lot more pin bypasses, like on our 2020 plus Mazdas, being able to do the new Nissan Sentras now with a pin bypass, and adding a lot more coverage for our Sprinters, even up to 2018. So we have really focused this year on getting that coverage right and giving that new functionality to our locksmiths.
That's really cool. Yeah, the Sprinter thing is exciting, as well as like you said, that Nissan Sentra. I mean, that's a really popular vehicle. So to not have a solution is not ideal, and it's great that you guys were able to come out with that.
So, and we've also been working on some new tools that maybe the locksmith industry hasn't really thought about, and in trying to introduce that to the industry as a possible solution. One of those is a tire pressure monitoring solution. Most people wouldn't think a locksmith would need to do TPMS, but with these TPMS tools, we can scan the sensors and find out what frequency they're running on. So that gives us the answer to what frequency is our key remote running on. So this gives us a tool to be able to scan that wheel, be able to get that frequency. So now there's no more guessing and no more burning keys by guessing wrong what the frequency of that proximity key is. So it's a pretty cool solution that most people wouldn't have thought of.
That's really cool. Yeah, I feel like, did I see that you guys came out with a few other tools as well?
Yeah, also we've come out with a battery tester, a complete system battery tester as well. We know that voltage is a key piece to a lot of what we do as locksmiths and programming keys. It can cause a lot of issues. So making sure that we have a good battery starter and charging system on that vehicle before we do anything is also a pretty big piece to the puzzle. So the BT608 has been a great addition that locksmiths can put on their van as well. We got some other stuff that's cool, so make sure you can stop by the booth and check out all the new stuff.
Very cool. can you tell us a little bit about anything that you guys are working on for the rest of 2021?
Actually, I just got a list today of the new updates that are coming out. It came out at 1 o'clock this morning that engineers are working on. And we are adding new stuff for Kia. We're working on new Hondas, the new Nissan stuff. We're adding more forward reset parameters is coming to the tool. So that is very cool. We're also adding some stuff that I can't talk about that has something to do with proximity keys and a universal style key that I can't talk about. So we have a lot of cool stuff coming down the pipeline that is going to be a game changer. If we look at what the competition's doing and look at how Autel is going to step it up a notch, it's going to be pretty epic.
That's really exciting. I mean, I get to see your guys all the time. I always tell people that your office is a stone's throw from ours. So I pass on my way home every day. So, your guys are frequently coming in here and getting stuff to do some tests. So sometimes I get a little bit of a sneak peek myself when I see what they're ordering. But, it's really cool to see all the updates that have, been coming out from you guys. We talked about some of the new tools. For those that may not know, can you get into the details of the difference between the programmers, the 508 and the 608?
Absolutely. So we decided not to go with a bunch of different options. We decided to keep it simple. So we have two programmers, the IM508, which is based on an Android tablet, and that is a dedicated key programming tool with basic diagnostics. So that's going to give us the ability to do all of our key programming for Asian and domestic cars, but also gives us the ability to do our pre-scan and post-scans report like we were talking about earlier. And that tool comes in at a very aggressive price point. So if you already have a diagnostic tool, let's say you already have an Autel Elite or an Ultra, something along those lines, you don't need all that functionality again. So we can add that IM508 to your arsenal to be able to get that key programming functionality that Autel has to offer. And if you want to expand that, we're not going to leave you out on that one as well. You can add the XP400 Pro to be able to add that European coverage. So it's a very aggressive price point to be able to get into the power of an Autel tool. But on the IM608, we really stepped up a notch. It's really 3 tools in one. It's a complete diagnostic tool, giving everyone the ability to do active tests, special functions, coding, initialization, module syncs. How many times have we gone to a store that they put a new module in it, now they need keys programmed, but the modules aren't talking to each other? Now we have the ability to do that with the IM608 Pro, and adding that functionality of diagnostics plus the key programming functionality of Asian, domestic, and European coverage. The IM608 Pro is the go-to tool for Mercedes keys now. It makes it so simple to add keys to those cars and put more money in our pockets. And then the third tool is the J2534 device. We add a programming device that for some reason you get a brand new car that there is no such thing as software for. You can still use that OE software with our JBox to be able to program those keys. 3 tools in one in that tool, and it's an ever-growing platform.
That's awesome. Well, Chad, I really appreciate you joining us today. Everybody go check out the Autel booth. It was real busy before. I'm sure Chad's got some specials going on that are good for this weekend. So, check it out, find your sales rep in there, and thanks again, Chad.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sean. See us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely fascinating, Chad. I was totally listening to everything Chad said. I definitely didn't walk away for a water break. But if you're like me, who totally listened to everything Chad just said, but might want a refresher, go ahead and make sure you see Chad at the Autel booth before the show is over. Our next guest needs no introduction, but we're going to give him one anyway because he deserves it. Mr. JB Gates is joining us from Missouri. And
the
JB is a... What's that?
The world famous JB Gates.
The world famous, the world infamous, Mr. Worldwide JB Gates. JB is a locksmith. He is an industry instructor. He is the head of International Key Supply Tech Support and an all-around good guy. JB, thanks for joining us today. How are you doing so far?
I'm doing good, CS. Appreciate that introduction. It wasn't necessary, but thank you for it.
What else is not necessary? I've known Sean long enough now to recognize the look in his face. He's about to get hangry. We're going to let Sean go and grab a snack before that happens. And JB, you and I will finish out the segment.
Sounds good.
Well, JB, CS, the all initial crew. I'd like to continue a trend that we've had here on the main stage, which is talking about new and innovative tools that have blessed the locksmith industry of late. A lot of the tools we've been talking about are people already know very well. I'd like to talk about some tools that people may not know so well. Some tools that may tackle the majority of keys on the road, some that may tackle the fringe jobs. But if it's okay with you, I'd like to just randomly, of course, throw out some products and see what you have to say about them.
Sure, let's do it.
I'd like to start with the Key Tool Plus. It's an X-Horse programmer. It's a relatively new tool. Took forever to get here, but once it got here, it's been met with some pretty positive reviews. What can you tell the people about the Key Tool Plus?
Okay, CS. So this Key Tool Plus, like you say, is a pretty new device from X-Horse. It's in the form factor that looks more like a scan tool. So it's a built-in Android-based tablet. And what X-Horse has done is they've taken the capabilities of almost all of their other tools and tied them together. So you have the functions of the Key Tool, whether we're talking about the Key Tool Mini or the Key Tool Max, they're in this Key Tool Plus. You also get the advanced key programming functions for Volkswagen and Audi Group vehicles and BMW vehicles that you found in the VVDI2. You're going to get the ability to read and write to memory devices, just like you have in the VVDI Prog. You're also going to be able to program Mercedes-Benz IR keys with this Key Tool Plus, the same way that you could do with the VVDI MB. They also added OBD key programming functions that you could see if you use the Key Tool Max and the X-Horse Mini OBD tool, which was a wireless tool that went to the OBD port and communicated with the Key Tool Max for key programming by OBD. And then they have also added some other functions that you can use. One of the functions that they have now is this cloud service where when you read a memory device, an EEPROM, whether it's flash memory or EEPROM memory, you can save it onto your tablet. They're the Key Tool Plus. And then you can transfer that file to the cloud at X-Horse, and you can pull that file off on another machine or another device and use it somewhere else. So that's a pretty cool addition that they've made. But basically, they rolled the VVDI2, the Key Tool, the VVDI BMW, and the VVDI MB tools all into one device, into one form factor.
Okay, and I just heard you say that basically the Key Tool Plus is 4 or 5 tools in one, plus some extra stuff. Doing quick math in my sales brain, the tools I heard you mention run at least $5,000. This tool is $2,500 when it's not on sale, but it is on sale today because if we sell it, it's on sale through Monday. It sounds like a no-brainer to me that if I was a locksmith who was interested in this line of work, I would want this tool. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that to make sure I'm not hearing that wrong? And then also touch on if some people already have some of the other tools that you mentioned that this Key Tool Plus covers, why they would still want to upgrade.
Sure, of course. No, I mean, you're definitely hearing what I'm saying, CS. This tool really is very versatile. I got it, I don't know now, I think it's been 2 months now, maybe a little bit less, but I started using it immediately. I started out with the EEPROM capabilities that it has. I started testing the OBD key programming, just automotive and domestic vehicles. And I've also been able to test BMW key programming, Mercedes key programming. But all those things rolled into one really is a big benefit for those guys and gals that are in the automotive locksmithing industry. There's something else that I'd like to mention. It's an interesting little fact, and I don't know how this happens, but what I encounter with my customers is that if something doesn't go exactly how they plan it to go, and let's say they have a vehicle problem and you try to explain that to them, they immediately say that you've done something wrong, you don't know what you're doing, whatever the case might be. Well, in the repair industry, like a mechanics industry, this doesn't happen because for whatever reason, the customer sees the mechanic carry around the scan tool. And this scan tool, apparently in the customer's eyes, is, the magical box with all the answers that you cannot refute. And so now this Key Tool Plus sort of has that same form factor. It looks like a scan tool, and people can recognize that. And I have seen this time and time again where I will have this device in my hand. I'll tell a customer something, hey, there's no transponder, or there is a transponder. And they say, no, you're wrong. It doesn't have a chip. Just make me the duplicate. I take this tool and I show them, and immediately somehow I now have more credibility because I'm holding this thing that looks like a scan tool. I don't know why this happens, but it truly is the case. Customers just seem to have some sort of comfort with these, what they would call a scan tool, and the Key Tool Plus has that same form factor. So if for no other reason than that, it's worth the money, to be honest with you. But all the other functions really add to the benefit of it. Let's see, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe it's just people in Missouri are a little less trustworthy. I don't know.
Well, the people in Missouri are definitely different. You can't set any standard for any place else except here based upon the folks. I love it. It's a great place to live, but it is different. So I don't know.
Are you on the Missouri side of the state or the Missouri side of the state?
Considering I wasn't born here, any way I pronounce it is incorrect. So I say Missouri, but the guy across the street says Missouri. I think it has more to do with age than the location in the state. But yeah, interestingly enough.
Fair enough. Anything else you want to mention on the Key Tool Plus, why some locksmiths might need it?
Yeah, definitely. You asked a second question. I want to follow up on that. You said to me, if the automotive locksmith already has some of these tools, so they already have the VVDI MB, VVDI 2, VVDI Prog, why would they want the Key Tool Plus? A couple of reasons come to mind. First reason is for redundancy. Any people who are engaged in the automotive locksmithing trade know that you can't have one single tool. And if you don't know that, it's probably because you haven't quite experienced the pain of only having one device and not being able to get a job done. But I always recommend to have more than one tool in the toolbox for this. But above and beyond redundancy, when you have the VVDI MB, VVDI 2, VVDI Prog, we get a ton of tech support calls every week about having trouble updating these tools. These are, work off a Windows-based PC, and they have server connection to China for the updates. And most of our security, Microsoft Security Essentials, antivirus, things like this, they just don't like that connection to China. And so there's a lot of difficulty keeping these tools updated and keeping the software running on a Windows-based PC. So if you buy the Key Tool Plus, you don't have any of those headaches any longer because it's Android-based, and you don't have to worry about Microsoft Security Essentials, any of those things. The updates are still very frequent, but they happen at the push of a button, and you don't have near as much difficulty. That's one thing that I think everybody's really going to love. They're not going to have to go through the hardships of the updating like the other devices.
And I just want to be clear, as far as you can tell with your experience with the tool so far, are there features or functions of the Key Tool Plus that are exclusive to the Key Tool Plus and not covered by any of the other tools that you mentioned?
I think there are some service reset functions like oil life and some other mechanic probably related functions that are built into the Key Tool that I haven't seen other places. Other than that, I don't think there's anything. There is a feature on there that I don't really know too much about, but it looks like Xhorse has the plan in the future to allow like remote access and I don't know what's the best way to say it, a master and a slave device where you could remotely control another device in the field from your Key Tool Plus. I don't know exactly what it's going to be about, but that is something we haven't seen in any of the other devices to this point.
So it looks like the Key Tool Plus might be planning on being a little future-proof in that regard.
Definitely.
Okay. Well, that's about it on the Key Tool Plus. Thank you for that. I want to move on to a tool that when I heard it for the first time, I thought it was just the beginning to a very popular FCC ID. Turns out it's its own tool, the KR55.
KR55.
What can you tell us about that tool and why locksmiths might need to pick it up?
Okay, so this KR55 is a very new device to the market. It's super exciting for those guys and gals who really get into European vehicles, and I'm talking specifically about your older Mercedes-based vehicles, your older SLs, your older MLs, your Sprinters, and your Crossfires. All these cars that I'm talking about are going to be the ones that have a high security bladed key. Or a standard security bladed key that is going to typically have a flip key that would come that way from the factory. They're going to be what they would call the IR flip keys. Now, we're not talking about the IR keys that look like fobics. These are going to be the bladed keys. And so a couple of things. This KR55 is the only device that I know of in the world that can actually program a remote to these vehicles outside of the dealer tool. So a lot of customers, we see this specifically in our market with Crossfires. Most of the Chrysler Crossfires have been very well taken care of, and they're more kind of considered a collector's type item. And when the customer comes to you and wants a duplicate key, they don't want just a fixed bladed key. They want a flip key that has the remote functions like their factory key. Well, Mercedes has stopped producing all of these flip bladed remote keys, whether we're talking about the old SL series or ML series or Crossfire or even some of the older Sprinters. They say these keys are no longer available. So with the KR55, you're able to program these working flip keys to these vehicles. No other tool is doing it. If you have a working key currently, all the features I'm talking about can be done by OBD. So there's no EEPROM required whatsoever. Now, if you have all keys lost, you do have to pull a module and read the EEPROM dump first, and then you provide that dump to KR55, and then you're able to go ahead and code these flip keys with the remote. So the keys that you use with KR55 are specific to KR55, so you can't use some other brand of key. You have to use the KR55 keys. And in your Sprinter vehicles that take a Phillips 46 transponder, so like your 2006 and up Sprinters, KR55 came out with a way to effectively clone those keys and utilizing this remote as well. And they have a proprietary transponder in them called a GMT transponder. They're a little bit stronger than some other transponders, but you also have to have this proprietary sniffing key in order to do this calculation for the cloning. So what we asked the manufacturer of KR55 to do for us is to produce us a flip key that has X-Horse super chip in it so that you don't have to use this proprietary GMT transponder if you don't want to. And they were gracious enough to acquiesce to that request. And so we're the only ones in the country, and I think it will stay that way, that we have these flip keys that have the X-Horse super chips in them. So that just adds a little bit of additional convenience to being able to clone those keys. You use your Key Tool Plus or Key Tool Max, whatever you have. But super exciting, this KR55. And I'm not talking to you about theory when I am speaking about this tool. I've used it myself. We have some videos on our YouTube channel. I have tested it on Crossfire and ML and S-Class Mercedes. It's worked very, very well. It's a great tool, and I'm super excited about this one. There's a lot of money to be made here, CS, because the dealer is not making these keys any longer for the customers. So all of these cars that need these keys, the dealer is telling them, we can't help you. So I'd recommend to anybody watching that they forge a relationship with their Mercedes dealer just so that you can get this business more easily, but it's out there and it's prevalent. There's still a lot of these cars on the road.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, I want the people to hear this. If they want to program keys to the vehicles you just mentioned, this is the only way to do it.
Yes, the only way to make a working remote headed key. Now you can make a fixed bladed key, but you have to do it all by EEPROM. Now KR55 does allow you to make a fixed bladed key as well. You don't have to make a flip key. But in the past, before KR55 came out, with the exception of the ML series, there's another tool out there that could program a fixed bladed key by OBD on ML, but it couldn't program the remotes. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the only tool programming the remotes to these cars. It's super, super exciting for me.
Okay. And it must be nice to have friends who will make exclusive keys for you. So,
well, you know, I think it has to do with the relationship and the presence that we have in the market, right? You know, we have a good amount of market share, not to sound egotistical, but the manufacturer is much more willing to, you know, work with you when you have a good presence in the market.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Anything else you want to say on the KR55? You said a lot, but any parting words?
No, I don't think so. Other than check it out on a YouTube. Like I said, we have a few videos of it, and anybody has any questions, we'll feel free to, you know, we'll field all those questions. But super exciting device that is not like some of these devices, quote unquote, first in the world, and they tout all these things, and then you get it and it doesn't do it. You know, I've proved this device out long before we ever offered it for sale.
And if you can do it in Missouri, you can do it anywhere. All right.
That's
Moving
true.
on to the final programming tool I wanted to mention was the Mini Prog. Same question. What can you tell the people about the Mini Prog, what it does, and why they need it?
Okay, so the Mini Prog is another offering from X-Horse. And this is a EEPROM reading and writing device as well. The difference in this device is It's mostly self-contained, and I say mostly because you have to control it with either the Key Tool Max or with a tablet or with a smartphone. But this is a handheld device, and it allows you to read and write to memory devices, specifically 8-leg memory devices, so SOIC8 that are found in Toyota and Lexus ECUs. These are what a lot of people would call like a reflash situation. So what's different about this device as opposed to some other devices on the market is this is a method of connecting to the EEPROM that is by contact of these pogo pins. So if you're used to doing these jobs, you have what they call a Pomona clip or a chip clip, some people call it, and it actually is kind of a scissored clip that goes over these memory devices. A lot of times it's tough to keep this clip on, and typically what you find, the cable is too short to really be useful. But this mini prog actually, by the means of pressure with these pogo pins, goes down over the 8-leg EEPROM, and then you hold pressure on it, and then there's a couple of buttons on there. You can actually push the start button to initiate the read or the write, as we're talking about. That file gets saved to the device that you're controlling the mini prog with, and then you could use this Xhorse cloud service like I was talking about before. You can upload that to the cloud, and you can use, say, your Tango or whatever, your Miraclone, and use that bin file to create a key. Or you can use the Key Tool Plus or the Key Tool Max to write a transponder into that file, and then make a working transponder key for that vehicle. You don't actually have to reflash them, as in virginizing the module. You can also, there's some other adapters that come with this mini prog that you can adapt some of the new adapters that come or that are sold for the Key Tool Plus. So they have some other contactless adapters like reading BMW CAS modules, reading BMW FEM. There's a whole list of them. There's about 18 adapters. Those set of adapters can work with the Key Tool Plus, and they can also work with the mini prog as well. This is similar to the pen loader, if you guys are familiar with that we had years ago in the market, been out of the market for quite some time. Super handy, very compact. I think it would be a good way to enter into the quote unquote reflashing market for the locksmith.
Okay, fascinating stuff. I want to move away from programming equipment for the moment and get more into some basic key generating tools. Everybody knows about leashes. They're the best picks on the market, considered by most. For those people who don't know what leashy picks are, JB, could you give a quick intro to what locksmiths use them for and how they can be beneficial to your business?
Well, you know me, CS. Nothing is very quick about me other than maybe my speech, but I'll try to give it a quick one. So if you're not familiar with these tools are keyway specific, and they enter the keyway, and then it allows you either to decode the lock without picking if you're using the regular decoding tool, or if you're using the 2-in-1 tool, it allows you to pick the lock, and then once the lock cylinder is rotated, it allows you to decode the lock. So this would be how you would make your working key. You pick and decode, or just straight decode, cut the key and test it. If it works, then you would move on to cutting your transponder key if required. But without these tools, you used to have to pull the door panels off these cars. You might have to disassemble the locks. It was much more difficult before these Lishy tools were introduced, for sure.
Sure. Okay. And they're not very expensive. So the benefit you get from them is exponential versus the cost of investment. Lishy has been on a production rampage as of late. They've come out with a ton of new tools. Do you have time to walk us through some of the best, newest tools that Lishy's come out with?
Oh, there's a ton of them. You're right, CS.
Yeah.
It seems like they just dropped a whole bunch of them all of a sudden. Mr. Lee's been busy. So some of the ones that probably are most popular, it's going to depend on your area, of course, but like in my area, I have a lot of old vehicles. So H51, H50, and H60 Ford. So we're talking about the old 5-pin tumbler locks and the 10-pin tumbler locks. So you got your H50 and your H51. That's going to be your ignition and your door lock on the older 5-pin. And then you got your H60, which is going to be your 10-pin keyway series, but that H60 is just going to work on the 6 cuts in the door lock. So you get your 6 cuts, and then you progression the rest of the cuts for your ignition key, assuming that this old vehicle we're talking about has not had the ignition changed.
Sure.
They have also released several motorcycle tools. So HD75 and HD74 for Honda. You have got KW18 for Kawasaki, YH35 for your Yamaha. That's going to be the one with the magnetic shutter on them that you have to work to keep open. Lishi has taken care of that. We've got some for your KMTs. So I believe that's KYM2R, I think, is for the KMT, if I remember right. But they've released a couple for the KMT scooters. No, KMT1 is for the scooters, but we have also Kamenko, which is the KM2R that I mentioned, and regular KM2. I'm trying to think what else is there. Oh, mailbox locks. So 1646 and 1646R. Those are the two key blank numbers. Those are also the two Lishi tools. These are for a ton of your mailbox locks that take those 1646 and 1646Rs. Going to be from CompX, National, a lot of other brands. You're going to even see these in the USPS approved, mailbox gangs where the box has to have this USPS approved lock, which is going to be made by National or CompX. They're both the same now, I believe. But your 1646 is going to work on that. So if you have a lot of apartment complexes that you deal with that have these mail stops or these mailbox gangs, that's going to be a big one for you. I'm trying to think what else is there. Oh, SC21 and S123 and C123. So the Schlag Everest keyways. So one tool covers both S123 and C123. So you're able to pick those, I guess you would call them quote unquote higher security locks because they have those finger pins in the side to deal with. So Lishi now has a 2-in-1 that overcomes that in S123 and C123. I'm manning the Lishi booth today here at our trade show, and we've demonstrated the S123, C123 quite a bit. We've looked at the 1646 and 1646R. I've showed the H50 and H51 as well. I don't have too many motorcycle locks handy, so I haven't showed the HD75 or HD74, but that's a big one on those Hondas. A lot of people will use those. You do find key codes stamped on a lot of Honda motorcycle locks, but there are also some locks that don't have the key code, or maybe someone has changed them or whatever the case might be. But all these new tools are coming out, and I haven't really heard, but I have a feeling that we're going to see several more come pretty quickly. Seems like Mr. Lee's really on a roll recently releasing all these tools.
When it rains, it pours. Based on your initial reaction, how popular do you see the motorcycle picks or the mailbox picks becoming?
I see them huge. There are a lot of guys and gals in our industry that are very timid with making keys to motorcycles. I see that a lot at our shops. We get motorcycle ignitions and helmet locks brought in from literally the 4-state area all over the place. And I don't know why there are a lot of folks who are very timid in making keys to motorcycles. So if you have some experience with Lishi and automotive already, don't be afraid of this transition into motorcycle because the tools work the same. There's still wafers inside the locks, just like you're used to in automotive, and you'll have really good success with them. The 1646 and the 1646R, I think, should be huge. Even though those aren't difficult locks to pick with a conventional lock pick, once you got to pick, that's great. The mailbox lock is open. The customer has the mail out. But are you going to replace the lock this time when they need a key? Well, now you can just decode it, and you can go right back to your van, code cut a key on the right blank and use it. I think 1646, 1646R are going to be huge.
I just had my mailbox lock replaced on the new house, so I have experience in this regard. Anything else you want to mention on the Lishi tool line at all, or any of the new tools?
One thing I will say is if you don't know what we're talking about, you're sitting here and you're listening to CS and I talk, you really need to give these Lishis a really solid look. Like I hinted to before these tools came out, making a key to a car, generating the basic mechanical key was much, much more difficult. I mean, disassembling door panels, cutting your arms and your hands up on the sharp edges of the sheet metal inside the doors, get that door lock cylinder out. Then you're actually having to determine the cuts by maybe even disassembling the lock cylinder. Lishi has really kind of taken that all out of the picture. Now, I always tell folks in my classes, you should still know how to do it the hard way. I call it the hard way, because you might break a Lishy pick, or you might travel a long distance in your service vehicle and not have one. But if you are not using these Lishys now, you really should start. I talked to a lot of folks in my classes, and a lot of guys and gals kind of got used to using key codes, and there's a big expense to that, and also, a big headache, right? All the paperwork and everything that goes along with it. I'm not advocating that you shouldn't vet your customers. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying when you pull a key code, it takes a lot longer to get the job done. Once you get a little bit of proficiency with these Lishys, I guarantee you, start to finish, you can generate a key faster and cheaper with a Lishy than you can by purchasing a key code, considering the amount of time it takes and the cost of the key code. So if you don't know what we're talking about, definitely give a look to these tools. Come by and visit me in the booth. Ask me some questions. I'd be happy to give you live demonstrations.
Would you recommend people take a class on how to use Lishy picks? And do we offer classes on how to use Lishy picks?
Sure. Yeah, I would recommend that people do take a class. We do offer them. We're actually getting ready to try out the first virtual setting of this class. We've never done it before. We have, I think, 6 lucky participants who are going to be the guinea pigs, and we're going to see how it works virtually. But we teach it in the classroom, and it looks to me like that's going to be opening back up, or we're going to be able to get back into the classrooms pretty soon. So definitely, I've had good success teaching a variety of folks how to use these tools. I'm not the world's best instructor. I'm not the only guy who knows things right, but I have been able to teach people who have no experience generating a key how to use these tools. So they're relatively easy to use once you get some basics, and there's nothing like having somebody who knows how to use them instruct you. Yeah, there's a lot of videos, and sure, you can pick a lot of things up, but actually having an instructor and getting some good quality kind of one-on-one instruction, you'll pick these up very quickly.
Yep. Well, I happen to think you're the world's best instructor, JB. Hence
Well,
the
thank
coffee
you for
mug I
that.
sent you. Yeah.
You and my wife are thoroughly
Yeah.
convinced that I'm the world's best instructor, but I think you're the only two. But I appreciate it nonetheless.
When you're loved, you're loved. So we're going to move off from Lishy tools right now, and we're going to talk about a brand new product that I'm going to introduce called OctaKeys. It's from our friend Tom Tusing down in Florida. You might know him as the Terminator Tom from the car openers. JB, OctaKeys is brand new. You can only get it from international key supplier HL Flake right now. Tell the world about OctaKeys, what they are, why they need them.
Okay, so I'll tell you, these OctaKeys, Tom Tusing, if you don't know this guy, he has been in the industry for years. He's forgotten more than I'll probably ever know. And, I'm not trying to puff up Tom's ego, because he's a really humble guy, but he has brought us lots of innovations over the years. You're talking about these determinators and other things that he has brought to us. He's very heavily involved with the diagnostic box, DTB, TDB. I always get that acronym wrong, the diagnostic box. He is the driving force behind that programming tool here in the US. The guy knows a lot. So I talked to him a little bit about these keys here a while back. This is how he explained it to me. So we're talking about Lishy, which is kind of a good segue into OctaKeys. So he was saying that one of his employees was struggling with 10-cut GM vehicles, so high security HU100 10-cut vehicles with the Lishy. He was very hit and miss. It was taking him a long time to get these vehicles picked and decoded and keys made. So he started studying this key code series for GM 10-cut high security vehicles. And he did something that's really brilliant. He sat down, and I don't know, he didn't elaborate whether it's mathematically or he just has that kind of a brilliant mind. He watered down this series of lots and lots and lots of keys to a handful of keys that he puts together in a box. And so now you can take these keys, right? And you can go to a 10-cut GM vehicle, and you can start using them like traditional tryout keys, and they're rung together in a very specific order. And now you don't even have to know how to pick or decode that lock with your Lishy. All you have to do is use this OctaKey, and you start going through the tryout keys. And after you get to whatever one turns the lock cylinder, you look at what ring you're on. And the instructions that come with the OctaKeys then tell you to reference another set of keys to find your ignition key. You go to that ring of keys and you use the ignition key and those keys. You go through them and putting them in the lock cylinder and turning them just like you did on the door lock, okay? And now the ignition lock turns. And you have the column covers off, you poke the release and the cylinder comes out and the key code is stamped on the cylinder. You now cut your key. And so I can already hear some people saying, well, I have Lishy and I can do that, or I have IRT tools. And that's not to diminish any of these other tools. I think the toolbox should be filled with all these tools, right? But for the IRT specifically, if you use it instead of octo keys, there is a little retainer that you have to deal with, and it is held on and it has some spring force behind it. So when you use the IRT tool to get the lock cylinder out, yeah, you can get it out, but it's a little difficult. And the tool or the cylinder springs right out. And this little retainer that you have to deal with is difficult. But when you actually turn the cylinder before you remove it, you're not dealing with this retainer any longer. So, you know, a lot of guys might say, oh, there's not a benefit for these octo keys, but I think that that's a wrong mindset. I think that definitely they're good, especially if you're teaching somebody or for a second tool in the toolbox, or just for the fact that you don't have to fight with that the retainer that has spring pressure behind it if you're using an IRT. Again, nothing to talk down any of these other tools. You know, I'm not a guy that ever wants to be disparaging to anyone. These other tools are good. But these octo keys, I think, are going to be super popular. I've got a chance to use them. And actually, when I tested them, I did what most guys and gals in our industry do. I didn't read the instructions. I just went right after it. And so I had a steering column here in the shop that I had used for some other purposes, and just went through the keys haphazardly. I think about the 8th key, the lock cylinder turned, and I thought to myself, wow, that's pretty incredible. And then I actually read the instructions and figured out the way to do it. So I guess what I'm saying, CS, is even if you didn't read the instructions, even if the vehicle was open and you just went right into trying to get out the lock cylinder out of the column to get your key code, they even work without instructions. So Tom really has, you know, one-upped his other accomplishments and brought us another product to the market that is really pretty impressive. And I'll be honest, I kind of struggled with how these tools fit in the beginning. But after I used it, you know, my initial reaction was that of, like I said, some other locksmiths. But once I got into it and used them, they definitely have a place. And Tom, you've impressed me again. I appreciate it.
And Tom in recent years has cut off his ponytail, which makes him even more trustworthy. So if you weren't going to buy from him before, you're definitely going to want to buy from him now. The octo keys were born. Octo keys, by the way, 8 sets of 8 keys. Octo keys, very clever. But it was born out of people struggling with the 10-cut GM Lishy tools, honestly. So this tool, from what I can see, is just it's dummy proof. It's very easy to use. And it's a very low risk to the car. You don't have to take anything apart, really. You just cycle some keys until you find the right one. So anything else you want to mention on the octo keys?
Well, I mean, you said it probably a little bit more eloquently than I did. But if you
ponytail?
can, what's that, ponytail? That does make a difference in my neck of the woods as well, too. So, no, if you can literally turn a key in a lock cylinder, you can use octo keys. You know, you can send a guy out or a gal that doesn't have any experience really at all, Lishy pick, decoding, whatever. Use a set of octo keys, get the cylinder out, make the key. They're really easy to use. Like I said, if you can, you know, if you can put a key in a lock cylinder, turn it. You know, I got a 6-year-old granddaughter who has been following me around in the lock shop for several years. She started learning how to turn keys at an early age. You know, I could coach her through this, no problem whatsoever.
Next generation of locksmiths right there. Okay, JB,
anything
else? Anything else you want to bless the people with before we wrap it up?
No, I guess I really don't have too much else. Come see me in the Lishy booth. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. They don't even have to be related to Lishy. You have any automotive locksmithing questions, or for that matter, if you have any general locksmithing questions, I have some experience in commercial residential. I have some experience in safe openings. The bulk of my experience is in automotive, but you know, no subject is off the table. I'd be more than happy to help you. And also, CS has mentioned it a couple times, but you know, I am the technical support manager at International Key Supply. If you're not aware, we support everything we sell. Makes us a little bit different than some other distributors. And again, not to diminish anyone else, but we put a very heavy emphasis on support. So buy a key from us, buy a key machine, buy a programmer. We support it. Give us a call. We'd be happy to help you. You'll get me or one of the other folks, and I'll do my best for you.
And let me give out JB's personal cell phone number right now if you're kidding.
Drop the feed. Yeah.
All right, JB, we appreciate all the insight. Just a quick reminder, JB is in the Lishy booth. You can go ask him questions about locksmithing or life. He'll answer everything you have. Kyle G is over in the X-Horse booth if you have any questions about the X-Horse stuff. And the infamous Tom Tusing is in the Octo Keys booth if you want to go get a live demonstration on that. If you want to buy some Octo Keys, I'm dead serious. You can only get them through us. They are not full price yet. They are on a pre-order special. If you want to pick them up, get a hold of a sales rep and let's do that. We're actually, the main stage is going to go to a break right now, but we're going to play a video of the Octo Keys in action. So you're going to want to stick around for that, and we'll see you after the break.
Thanks, CS.
Hi, my name's Tom Tusing, and I'm here with a new tool called Octa Keys. Octa Key is a GM 10-cut laser key origination system. It'll help you make keys for these GM 10 cuts in no time at all. Here's what you get with it. You'll get a set of instructions. Very important that you read and you understand the instructions. Inside the instructions are some charts. Once you follow the instructions, these charts will help you originate a key for the truck, okay? You're gonna get 2 packs of keys, okay? Each bag contains 4 rings, okay? Each ring has 8 keys. This first bag is the door ignition set, okay? So we're going to set the door ignition set down right there. And then this bag has just ignitions. Again, it's 4 rings with 8 keys. So all in all, you have 8 rings with 8 keys. Now here's the neat thing about this. One of the keys on the door set will work in the door. You want to find a key that turns smoothly, lock and unlock. You don't ever want to force the key or anything like that. So right now we're going to go through the steps on making a key using the Octa Key system. So just randomly grab one of these sets of keys. I'm going to start with set number 2. The keys are cut on both sides, so you have to try both sides when you do this. I like to use a small pair of vice grips just to have a handle so you go back and forth. After a while, your fingers can hurt. So just insert the key and go back and forth. Now, one of 2 things is going to happen. Either the key will not turn or it'll clutch, meaning it spins around and nothing happens. Okay? That's okay. Just proceed along. You want to find a key that turns smoothly both ways and operates the door lock. Okay? So I started with the number 2 key. And you just give it a little bit of turn. You do not want to force it. And you have to try each key until you find one that turns. See how that just clutches? That's okay. Just leave it and keep going. And you don't want to sit there all day on one key. You just try it and see if it goes. And sometimes what will happen is you'll find a key that'll only turn one way. Okay, see how that turned, and it turns one way good? Okay, it's not clutching, it turns one way, but it's not turning, it clutches the other way or it won't turn. That's not your key, don't force it. Okay, just leave it alone and keep going. You want to find one that turns both ways properly. And here's the last key on this ring. Okay, so none of the keys on this ring worked. So we're just going to grab another set of keys. And give this a shot. Okay, this is the key ring that starts in the 60s. And it takes a little bit of patience, but you will find one that will turn both ways in the lock. Okay, there we go. So this key is turning both ways in the lock without being forced. You can see up here that it's activating the lock and unlock button on the inside. So that's the key that we want to use, okay? So now what we need to do is determine which number we have, because one side is 61 and the other side is 60. So we want to see which one that we want to use. And how we do that, there's one key on a ring called the side key. That's going to tell us which side of the key to use. It's very simple. There's an X marked on one side of this key. So when you put this key into the lock, take note of how far the X is sticking away from the face of the lock. You can see some of the mill there. Okay? Now we're going to take this key out and we're going to try the other side of the lock. Now you need to take a look at the X there and see how far it is. On this side here, the X is much closer to the face of the lock. You don't hardly see that mill at all. Okay? So we're going to be using this side of the key number. Okay? So here's our key that turned, and it turns back and forth. You can see that that is going to be key number 61. So 61 is our key. And now I'm going to unlock the car. There we go. So key number 61. So now what we do is we go to the OctaKey instruction book. Okay? And it says once you have a key that turns in the lock, on chart number 1, door to ignition. This chart gets you a key that will turn in the ignition. Key number 61 says we're going to use key number 69, 77, 85, and 93. One of those keys will work in the ignition. Okay? 69, 77, 85, and 93. So here's the one ring that has 85 and 93. And here's the one that's got 67 and 69 and 77. You have to use your vice grips on the ignition. You want to use a little bit of snap, snap, not real hard. You don't want to bend the key, but you do need a little bit of torque sometimes to get the ignition to turn. So we come inside the truck. Okay, so we're going to try key number 93 first. So we turn to key number 93, and here's key number 93. Okay, now when you insert it, have the number face away from you, so the number is facing towards the front of the truck. Okay, all the GM 10 cuts have black ears, and you always try the number away from the lock. That way your spacing is correct. Put your vice grips on it, give it a quick shake like that, nothing happens. Now we're going to try key number 85. So I got key number 85 here. Stick it in the lock with the numbers facing forward. Get my vice grips and give it a quick shake, and it turns. And that's what we want. The goal of the OctaKeys is to turn this ignition on. Now we can remove this ignition and get the key code and cut a proper key. To take this shroud off, just pull on the edge and it'll come apart. Okay? Set it aside. Get yourself an old pick, something like that. And the retainer hole is right up here on top. Okay? So you're going to hold this in the crank position, insert your old pick, and you should be able to pop this guy out. And you should be able to pop this guy out. There we go. So now we got the ignition out, and you can cut it by code. Okay, we're not going to zoom in on the code or anything like that, but the code is stamped on it, or you can disassemble it and take it apart. So that's what the goal of the OctaKeys is, to get that ignition turned and then get the key code off of it. Then you can snap it back in and cut your key. So that's how the OctaKeys work.
The main stage is going to take a quick break, so please enjoy a couple songs.
and think about it now. I can't get it off my mind. I'm on bended knee. Oh, Father, please. My soul away. Dear mother of mine, please redirect me if this goes. Bartender, you see the wine that's ringing me came from the vine, strong Judas from the devil's trees, roots deep, deep in the ground, in the ground. I'm on bended knee, bartender, please.
Hi guys, welcome back. Leslie Moore at HL Flake. I am the product manager, and we're going to be talking about mechanical innovations today. Alex?
Yeah, so our next guest is Greg Hebner with Allegion, and they're going to be talking about the new Schlage ALX series. It's going to be replacing the tried and true AL series. It's a major update for that lock series. It's been around for so long. So with that, we're going to take it to Greg, and Greg's going to be talking about the new ALX.
Hi Greg, welcome.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. So Greg, tell us, why make the change from AL?
So we've been producing that lock for the better part of 35 years now. And there's increasing pressure from a bunch of competitors out in the marketplace. I mean, the cylindrical lock market is one of those marketplaces where we have ample competitors out there that put constant pressure on us to be able to win those jobs. So, the Schlage brand has been pretty well recognized. It's been out there a long time in the market for the cylindrical lock line. So we were looking at ways that we could make our lock, our brand, stand out relative to our competitors and also add value to the market.
Sure.
So what makes it different? Because I know there's a lot of it's completely different than anything else that's out there. So what makes a difference? Because I am sure customers are probably wondering what's the ALX versus the AL. What innovation could you really do to a cylindrical lock? So what exactly are some of the upgrades and updates that were made?
So we get a lot of requests in that grade 1 space around features and functions and stuff like that, where we just don't get that kind of same request for a grade 2 product. I mean, the grade 2 product category is usually pretty cookie cutter in terms of the functions that they want and features that they're asking for. So one of the things we were looking at doing was trying to make a product that would satisfy some of the other requests that we get as a company. So our customers come back to us all the time asking us to try to constantly refine our business processes so that we are an easier company to deal with and work with. And that was really kind of the theme or the goal for this project, was just to make a product that was super simple to work with. So on our first graphic, we have a couple of things that kind of stand out that are unique for that product line. So in the chassis itself, we've been able to kind of reinvent what this product can do. So on the AL product line today, if you look at that graphic, you can see some of the components that are in there. These are function-specific components. And on AL today, it's not only those components that are function-specific, but it's also the chassis that's function-specific, because there's components inside that are unique to each of those functions, like whether it's a passage function or if it's an entrance function, et cetera, right? So with this new platform, we've been able to separate the function away from that chassis. So we have a universal chassis that supports every function that we offer. In addition to that, this chassis can also support either Vandal Guard or non-Vandal Guard. It's built in to every chassis product. All right. So with that separation of that function from that chassis, that allows us to do give a lot of flexibility within delivering that product. And we'll show that here in a minute. Another thing that we've done with the product line is really try to simplify our overall Schlage approach. So instead of having AL specific trim and then also having ND specific trim, we are now sharing a lot of those componentries. So the levers are shared between the two product lines. The rose trim is also shared. So that just makes the supply chain from our factory to that door just a simpler product to work with. Just fewer components to need to verify that you have or to go out and get. So just trying to make it as easy as possible.
Awesome. So what does this lock bring to the market?
So the big thing that it really drives is the ability to offer new delivery models. So today we have, for the ND and prior to, last week for the AL, everything was basically a factory configured lock, right? We deliver to our wholesale partners, our locksmith partners would then pick it up. With the new ALX, what we can do though is we can break down complexity and offer multiple delivery models, right? So factory configured locks are still going to be there, but we also have an option now where you can do a lock less lever and be able to manage the complexity of just the levers, styles, cores, finishes, etc. This is actually a pretty unique tool that we've had in the past, but just never been really set up to work really well and work as a nice delivery model. So with the lever packs that we offer now, we've got bulk pricing in those lever packs that makes all this pricing for locks less lever and the lever packs net out. So in addition to that, when we get into, more complex offerings where finishes can become more of a factor, we have a full kit system where you can break out a chassis kit, your function kits, and then your lever packs. So it's a really flexible system in terms of allowing our wholesale partners to be able to support the market needs. And then for our locksmith partners, they gain the benefit of knowing that their wholesale partners are well equipped to be able to support those oddball needs that may arise, from day-to-day business, right? So you guys have the ability to offer that product in a much quicker manner and a broader breadth of product line to be able to supply to your locksmith partners. Also, some of the locksmiths that we talked to and worked with in developing this product, some of these guys did have that kind of size and scale that they could use this stuff. I mean, there's some guys out there that really have 20, 30 trucks that they have a little bit of inventory on hand that they're just distributing to their drivers every day and their techs as they go out. So some of this stuff may actually be able to, scale down for these guys so that they can use this. And then ultimately, when you get to that job where, the customer's told you, hey, I've got this push button thingy that I think would be this kind of a lock. And you think it's a privacy lock. And then you walk up to the door and obviously it's an entrance function. So this lock with that kind of chassis, it can be reconfigured on site if you have a couple of components on your truck. So, there's a lot of flexibility for this product line that offers a lot of solutions, just to get you out of a jam. So it's really just trying to make this product line more like a tool to help our locksmith partners make money. Right?
Yeah, definitely. Flexibility is key for sure.
Yeah, I could see that being really beneficial. Like you said, when you get caught up in a jam and you thought it was an entry, but it ends up being like a storeroom or passage or whatever other scenario. But not having to call your supplier to order another lock, next day, and usually those situations always happen like on a Friday and they need it done that day. And knowing that you can do that right then and there on the job site, that's really big because nobody else has anything like this in the grade 2 category. So no, this is
our goal around
great.
This is really, again, is really around trying to make business easier for our wholesale partners and for our locksmith partners. So,
right.
So.
All right, perfect. Yeah, thanks a lot. We really, really appreciate it, and thanks for the time and the explanation for the new ALX series. We're a stocking distributor, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, we already have them in stock. I think they're already here.
Yeah,
I know we
they
ordered
should
them.
be.
So that's great.
They're on
so
order.
If you need them, give us a call.
So definitely more flexibility and less room on the shelf, right? Because you can components and put them together.
You start thinking about that. You can just
in their van, they don't have to carry as many full sets with them. And,
right, you can have a couple levers and a couple chassis, and you're good to go. Versus having, those big shoe boxes.
Yeah.
There's multiple ways that this can be used, right? I mean, it's just it's a I don't want to call it the Swiss Army knife of locks here, but it's kind of got that modularity and capability to it. So
right.
Well, Greg, thanks so much for being with us today, and everybody go check him out at the Allegion Schlegg booth. And
thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
And thank you. Okay, and now we are going to move on to Leroy Garza. And he's going to be here to talk about some of the new Asa Abloy products. Hi, Leroy.
Hello. Thank you for having us today. Really excited to be here.
Thanks for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your role with Asa Abloy?
Sure. My name is Leroy Garza. I'm the regional director for the aftermarket at Asa Abloy. I help manage our aftermarket business and help direct all of our aftermarket sales teams in the field that roughly are upwards over about 500 professionally trained Asa Abloy sales specialists. I share this role, by the way, with three of my counterparts managing the other three territories, the Northeast, the West, and the Central U.S.
Okay, great. Well, a lot of our customers have a lot of focus on aftermarket business. And are there any trends you can tell us about that our customers should prepare for in 2021?
Well, 2020 was an unprecedented year, to say the least. We continue to work harder at listening more to the market and finding new and unique ways to position our solutions along with our partners to help the security professional community grow. Well, we have seen some trends that were bubbling up through the pandemic and continue to rise. Many of them are really revolving around frictionless, touchless, and safer to open solutions around the opening. Asa Abloy will have a high focus on the upgrade market this year, and especially on how we're delivering those solutions to our partner community, making sure that we're allowing them to upgrade easily, safely, and securely. But more importantly, also making sure we're prepared at Asa Abloy with respects to speed to market, making sure that we have the avenues for you as our partners to get what you need when you need it.
Great.
So what are some of the things you guys have been focusing in on this year, at least from a product perspective?
Sure. Well, as you know, Asa Abloy has been known in the past, one of the 100 most innovative companies in the world. If you look at Forbes magazine, 4 out of the last 6 years, we're so grateful to our engineering teams to continue to develop a lot of these solutions that adapt to the security environment. But some of the things that we're doing internally is we continue to invest in innovation, technology, and our people. But most importantly, what Asa Abloy and what we're really thankful for is the ability to invest in our partner community. We have well over 700 sales resources available coming as we come out of this pandemic to help our security professionals across the country and our channel partners and assist them in navigating through a lot of this Asa Abloy opening solutions that are out there. So we're very happy and we're very eager, if you will, to get in the field with all of you folks as we open up.
Yeah, so it's very exciting. I know there's a couple of products that you guys are talking about. There's some highlights at a couple of the booths you guys have. I know Medical M4 is one of them. The other one's the retrofit kits, right? Which you and I were on a call earlier this week about.
Yeah, we're very appreciative to have 3 booths this year at your show. Thank you for that, by the way. One of our booths will be focused on our Phoenix brands. They'll be highlighting products from HES, Securitron, Adams Right, and Alarm Controls. I would encourage the folks at the show to go to the booth and take a look at the solution we're very excited about in 2021, and that is the release of HES's new ES100 wireless electric Aperio strike. Just a very unique way of cutting costs at the opening, and leveraging the existing infrastructure that a security professional has made with a potential end user. Just a great solution. We also will be highlighting, monitored power supplies, as well as the Pullman latch, Madam's right, that just got released. As far as our architectural hardware group booth, a couple of solutions that you mentioned right now we'll be highlighting is our Arrow indicator deadbolt. Now, this is truly one of the first of its kind because it allows us to do indication of whether the door is secure on both sides of the opening. You might wonder, well, where would that potentially come up? And I know many of us have felt that dreaded feeling being in a situation in a changing room or a restroom, not knowing whether or not the folks outside that opening know whether the door is secure. So we do feel that that this solution is warranted in the marketplace. It's been asked for, and we're hoping to see a lot of it move off your shelves into the marketplace. We'll also be highlighting some of PEMCO's newly released excessive door gap solutions. Many end users invest a lot of money in making sure their facilities are meeting fire code. As you well know, they come to you and say, hey, I need to buy certain solutions to make sure my opening meets code. PEMCO's excessive door gap solutions allow our security professionals to go pick up some of these solutions at your warehouse and bring a existing facility back up to code in a very cost-effective manner. And then finally, you mentioned Medico. We're so thankful to our partners for you guys to let us have our own Medico booth this year, where we're so excited about highlighting our M4 solution. We feel it is the greatest and latest high security mechanical key system technology in the market. And I'll leave you with a couple of points here that I would really want you to, as you go into the booth, to kind of learn more in depth about. One of them being its increased key control design by allowing us to put a movable element in the key itself. Why you say, well, we know that 3D printing is not going away. So are the copying and duplication of keys, unwarranted copy, if you will. We feel that this design in the key is going to allow us to get some more control over that security at the opening. We've also extended the patent to 2040 on the key system. And more importantly, we've enhanced the master keying capacities of the system with M4 to allow your current security professionals to manage current infrastructure as well as future install base that they're managing today. So really excited about the Medico booth. I would be remiss if you mentioned earlier some of the trends that we're seeing. Intelligent keys with Medico continues to be a double-digit trend that we see growing in the marketplace throughout the country. So I'd also ask that the folks at the show go to the Medico booth, learn more about M4, ask about intelligent keys and how we're using them in the marketplace, where we're seeing them, and what it would take to learn and train on some of those solutions.
Well, speaking of training, Leroy, could you touch on a little bit the ASA University, that the training is available? Because I know
Sure.
It's a great program. Yeah.
Sure. So ASA Abloy for the last roughly 10 years has invested into what we call ASA Abloy Academy. It's very easy to gain access to. For the folks at the show, you can simply go to asaabloyacademy.com, where you will find hundreds of free virtual-led or instructor-led video training modules on everything from designing master key systems to understanding the basics of access control to coring a door. This is free to the public. For business professionals, security professionals that want to help manage their employees, there's also a portal within the ASA Abloy Academy that allows you to track how your employees or how your business is training within the ASA Abloy Academy. So I'd ask you that to take advantage of that, and any of the folks at the show to just go to asaabloyacademy.com, and it's really a great tool for our partners, and it just continues to grow every year because A, it's free, and B, it's just a great resource. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention we made some enhancement to the ASA Abloy customer support app this year. For those of you that are not familiar with it, it's easily obtained. Again, it's free. You can download it from on your Android or your iPhone or iPad. But this customer support app allows you to have a direct access to our technical support folks. Also, we've enhanced a video streaming component to the app. For instance, if you're at a job site, you need to really understand what's going on. I think, Alex, you mentioned those dreaded calls on a Friday afternoon. Perfect sense. I mean, now you have an ability to take a video, stream it live with a technical support person at one of our factories, HES or Medico, and maybe we can help you address it immediately. So just a couple of really cool and unique solutions and resources that are available to the partner community.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is. That's a great resource. I'm going to speak to that because I've actually had to use it with one of our customers, and it worked out very well. Just knowing that they were able to stream somebody and kind of have that face-to-face interaction, made them feel important, and the customer got taken care of, which is exactly what we're looking for. And the Ensemble University, that is a great tool. I use it with all of the new hires. We sign them up, and I ask them to take as many of the classes as we can because it is a really good resource, and you guys have invested heavily in it in 2021, during the beginning of the pandemic, which was a great move. And we really appreciate it.
No, we thank you. We're very excited as we continue to open up. I can't tell you how much we all are really looking forward to working closer and doing the show again in person soon. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I'd ask everybody to go visit our booths and learn more about these solutions.
Yep.
Definitely. Go visit the Awesome booths, and thank you, Leroy, for being here and educating us, and go hear more about indicator deadbolts, M4, and everything else there is, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, Leroy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. I think up next, we're going to hand it over to CS. CS, are you there?
I am.
Hey.
Thank you, Leroy, Leslie, and Alex. We got it from here.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 30-minute warning mark. That's right. The show is coming to an end in approximately 30 minutes. That means you have that amount of time to get in your last minute booth visits to enter to win your share of $20,000 worth of prizes. What we're going to do for the next few minutes is bring on an attendee of the show, someone who's here as a guest, and we're going to bring him on to get his perspective on what's going on in the Expo area. It looks like we have a Mr. Brian Vandenberg, if I'm saying that correct. Brian, are you there?
Yes. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Now, Brian, correct, and if I'm not wrong, if I'm lying, tell me. But you and I have never met before. We've never spoken before. We've never worked together before. And therefore, the testimony that you're about to give us is 100% unbiased truth. Would that be correct, sir?
It might be unbiased truth, but I believe we have met.
All joking aside, if you guys are in the industry and you've been to a trade show in the last 10 years, you've seen Brian Vandenberg around, either working the show or just there as an attendee. The man is everywhere. So I figured there'd be no one else to talk to get your perspective on how our virtual show is holding up to a regular in-person show. Brian, what are some of your feelings so far on the event today?
It's definitely been nice to catch up with some of the people and catch up on some of the products. I don't need to go into the whole last year thing, but having a format to still stay up on the industry and the new products, it's very nice dropping by the booths, asking or seeing about the new products coming out. That's really what the trade show is all about. And then also the networking is still there, so you can have the side conversations. Or one of the most valuable things I find is the question that you forgot to ask that somebody else asked, and you realize, wow, yeah, I wish I would have asked that, but you're learning. So it just makes us all better at what we do.
Yeah, and speaking of the social aspect of it, make sure to stick around at the top of the hour. We are going to start our social networking opportunity. We're just going to give you guys an hour or two to hang out and fellowship with one another and other industry professionals for an hour or two, like I said, top of the hour. So Brian, have you noticed people being very interactive in the booths this year?
Yes, this year is definitely a lot smoother for myself included. Last year was the first time I'd ever been in this type of format to do this. So there were things everybody was learning. And, so it was a little bit of a learning curve, but I feel everything's much, much smoother this year. I think everybody's making sure they have the right internet connection, and I haven't heard a single toilet flush this show. And, so I think it's going a lot better, and it's definitely a welcomed format.
We definitely had one or two shirtless bodies accidentally pop up on camera last year. That's for sure. I won't call you out by name, even though I do know your names. Any other comparisons to last year that you can see we did better this year?
Well, I think the exhibitors have done better. I think they're a little better prepared. We're probably a little camera shy before, and I think people are getting used to the format, and the exhibitors are better prepared at their displays. It's been honestly great. I was watching JB demonstrate picking some locks with Lishi, and honestly, seeing it in this format with the close-up video of what he's doing is probably more advantageous than in an in-person class, because you can actually see what he's doing closer than you can if you were in a classroom with him. So that aspect's been nice. Anna was doing some giveaways for some gift cards, and I thought I was going to get lucky there, because for a while there was two of us that were the only ones turning on our audio and video, but so I thought I had a 50-50 chance, and all of a sudden about 8 more people jumped in, and so I didn't win that, but that's been good. So I think all in all, I think everybody's doing a better job, including the participants.
Sure. Yeah, it's a learning opportunity for all of us. Be honest with me, Brian, you versus JB in a locksmithing battle, who wins?
JB every time. You guys got the right guy.
Modesty looks good on you, sir. Anything that you guys would like to see as a representative of all locksmiths attending our show? Is there anything that you notice that's maybe missing from this kind of format that you would like to see on the next one, assuming that we do a next one?
No, I think the things that we see, the questions, the moderations, I don't know if there's a way to get a log of the chat. I haven't played around with that. If you leave a room and then go back to it, because there might be a question or an answer that was given in that to where you might want to see it, or some of the links. So I'm not so sure. I don't know enough about the tech. If I go back to that room, if that information is still going to be there for me to see, it'd be nice to get that after the fact. I don't know if that is something possible or not.
Sounds like something that we're going to put on Travis's plate. That doesn't sound like a job for CS or Brian. So there you go, Travis, more work for you. Any parting words for us, Brian, before we let you go?
No, I just appreciate that you guys stepped forward in hosting this event, both last year and this year. Like I said, there's been things, even today, I hopped on here and there were new products and new capabilities of some products that I have that I didn't even realize. So that's what the trade shows are all about. So I appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. That's why we're here. Well, anyway, Brian, it was great catching up with you. I appreciate your time, and we'll see you around.
All right, CS. Thank you.
Yep. All right, everyone. The show is almost over. Before we wrap up, we wanted to leave you with a little something special. Now, we all know the last 12 months were difficult. We can all use a little motivation and inspiration. Here to give us just that is our friend Mike Calderwood. Mike, are you with us?
I am, CS. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well. How are you?
Excited to be here, man.
I bet you're an excited person. I've never seen you not excited, and that is the truth. So, yeah.
I definitely have high energy.
Yep. So, Mike, I'm going to let you do your thing. I'm probably going to be over here in the corner doing push-ups, depending on how hyped you get me, but I'll be back when you're done.
All right. Sounds great.
All right.
So welcome, everybody. So glad to be here with you. What an incredible show. What an incredible event that's been put on so far. And I have the privilege and honor of not being in the industry of every other speaker today. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. CS was right. It's been a crazy 13, 14 months or whatever it's been since the pandemic started in 2020. And I ask you, honestly, how many of you at some point in 2020 felt like you were pushed up against the ropes? Right? And I can't see you. I can't see your faces. I don't know if you're raising your hand saying it's me, but I know that for each of us, at some point, we got emotional. We got frustrated. We got pushed up against ropes in 2020. And so I want to share with you some things, because if you're here and you survived 2020, it's time to thrive in 2021. And I'm going to tell you some things that you did in 2020 to still be here and still be kicking and still be fighting. And I'm going to use lessons from the great philosopher, Rocky Balboa, to do it. I mean, who hasn't seen a Rocky movie? We've all seen a Rocky movie, right? And we love Rocky movies. And why do we love Rocky movies? Why? Do we love Rocky movies because he's such an incredible fighter and he gets in the ring and just knocks everybody out in 20 seconds? No, that was Mike Tyson's career, right? That wouldn't make for a very good movie. The reason why we like Rocky is because of the struggle, because of the challenge, because of the adversity. And we have to rise up, and we get that feeling inside of us because Rocky shows us what's possible in the face of adversity. See, Rocky got pushed up against the rings a lot. He got pushed up against the ring, against the ropes with Apollo, with Clubber Lang, with Drago, the Russian, the Siberian Express, right? But he also got pushed up against the ropes out of the ring, losing his trainer, all these different adversities that he faced. And isn't that life? We're constantly being knocked off course, right? And the term turbulent times has been used so many times in the last 13 months, but it's true. But I'll tell you this, life's turbulent. It's always turbulent. That's how we grow. That's how we become better, is to push against the resistance of the headwinds of life, of the crosswinds of life, and of that turbulence. So if you're here and you survived 2020, it's time to thrive. I've been listening today. I've been listening to a lot of the great speakers, and I want to go all the way back to the beginning this morning. We had a very special economist come on and talk to us about the future, as well as Sean from IKS and my wife, Christy, the CFO here at HL Flake. And here's what I took away. Now, I'm not a financial or economic guy like these guys are, but here was my takeaway. The future's bright. And the opportunities are sitting in front of us right now if we are willing to prepare. Are you willing to prepare? So here's the things that got you through 2020. Here are the things that made you survive. And I want to point them out because you may not know what they are, and they are going to be the keys for you to thrive in 2021 and beyond. So let's take a look at Rocky. What made Rocky so great? I mean, Apollo was a better athlete, better boxer, technically, right? Clubber Lang, much better boxer, much better athlete. Drago, beast, right? Why could Rocky overcome these guys? What did he do? What did he know? What was he made of? Because he wasn't a better boxer, but what he was a better fighter. He was a fighter. Now I'm no good in the ring, okay? Those guys start jabbing and hooking and uppercutting me. I'm going down like a ton of bricks, right? But life requires a fight, and you've got to be a fighter. And Rocky was a fighter. He had a tenacity and a grit that these other guys didn't have. They were just technical boxers, but Rocky was a fighter. And if you're here now, it's because you fought your way through 2020, and that same grit and that work ethic and that ability to look adversity in the face and kick it back and hit it back and run right through it is why you're going to thrive in 2020. Because like they said this morning, those opportunities are coming. They're sitting in front of you. Are you ready? Will you fight? That's what Rocky did. He fought at a different level because he was a fighter, not a boxer. Second thing we can learn from Rocky that you know and you've done is to face challenges with emotion. Don't let your emotions control you. You control them. See, Rocky fought with a purpose. Rocky fought with heart. Rocky fought with a big why, a big reason to win. In Rocky 3, I can remember when he faced incredible adversity, when his father figure, his coach, his trainer of years, Mickey, died moments before a fight. And Rocky let his emotions get the best of him. And Clubber Lang put him down on the mat like there was no tomorrow. Uppercuts, right? Have you been uppercut? Hooks, jabs. Have you been hooked? Have you been jabbed? Of course you have. March 2020. Welcome to the pandemic. There's a virus? It could be bad? Okay, all right, okay. Calm down. What? We got to lock down? What? Businesses are being shut down? What? The economy's slipping? Jab, hook, uppercut. But when he got his emotions in check, and he put his emotions to work for him, instead of letting his emotions rule him, he came back, and Clubber Lang didn't know how to handle him. Yeah, Clubber Lang was a better boxer, but he wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a fighter like Rocky. He wasn't a fighter like you. He didn't have that same emotion. He didn't put his emotion to work for him, and as soon as he got punched in the jaw, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't handle Rocky Balboa, a lesser fighter, a lesser athlete. We got to fight. We got to fight for what we want. We got to have an emotional reason why we want it, because if not, at the end of the day, when adversity hits, we will lay down. We will put our goals aside. We will put our dreams aside. And we will sit back. But you guys didn't do that in 2020. And that is tenacity. And that is what's going to make you, that is what is going to make you succeed moving forward in this new economy. As we come out of this pandemic and these opportunities present themselves, and you're running with emotion, and you're running with a reason why, and you're fighting, you're going to win, because that's what you're made of. You proved it because you're still here. With all that's happened in the last 13 months, you're still here. There's one other thing. And this is a skill set that I'm telling you right now is going to take you further than your IQ, further than the emotional intelligence, further than your grit, further than your fight, and it's your ability to adapt. Did you have to adapt in 2020? See, Rocky knows a little bit about adapting. He had the same trainer for years and years and years, and he got to the top with that trainer. And when that trainer went away, he had to adapt. He had to fight an opponent that was almost insurmountable, and he had to do it with a new trainer and a new training team. He had to adapt the style of his fighting. He had to adapt to a new style of training, new people, new theories, new ideologies. But he did it. Then we get into Rocky IV with Drago. And what happens? More adversity. His best friend, biggest adversary, Apollo Creed, dies in the ring, right in front of his own eyes. Rocky goes to Russia, the freezing cold. He works and trains in elements, while Drago has a state-of-the-art facility to become a top world athlete. The odds were insurmountable. But when somebody has heart and they have the human spirit and they're not afraid to get in the ring and take some punches, and they have that fight and they have that emotion and they're willing to learn to adapt. Somebody with those qualities cannot be stopped. They can't be stopped. And you have those. How do I know? Because you're here. 2020 tried knocking you out. 2020 tried taking you down. Well, we're in round 2 right now. The opportunities that set ahead of you are huge. And there's nothing that can stop you if 2020 didn't stop you. There's nothing that can knock you down. Maybe for a moment, maybe for a 3 count, but not for a 10 count. Because you have that tenacity. You have that fight, you have that emotion, and you're willing to adapt to your situation to make your business better, your life better, and yourself better, and those around you better. And I commend you for that. So what does it mean to be adaptable? What does it mean to adapt? It means to be willing to change the way you're doing something so that you can get a different result moving forward. See, an airplane has an incredible system in it called an autopilot system. If a plane leaves Los Angeles and heads to New York, and that autopilot system's not working, the headwinds, the crosswinds, the turbulence will knock that plane off course back and forth, and it could end up hundreds, 300, 400, 500 miles off course. It's not going to get to its destination, and that's life. Headwinds, crosswinds, turbulence, constantly trying to knock you off course. See, a pilot doesn't control the plane. A pilot helps a plane in the air, helps a plane back on the ground, and while it's in the air, the pilot's job is to watch the systems and make sure they're functioning properly. But it's the autopilot system that gets the plane to its destination. It's the autopilot system that deals with the turbulence. Wouldn't it be cool if you had an autopilot system? Well, guess what? You do. What? Yeah, you do. It's called your unconscious mind. It's your autopilot system. How many of you have ever gotten in a car and made the same drive that you make every day? Maybe to work, maybe to, whatever it is, maybe home, right? And you get to your destination and you're like, I'm here already? Hold on a second. What? I don't even remember getting off the freeway. Right? Because you're thinking about something else with your conscious mind, but your unconscious mind got you from point A to point B. You can train your unconscious mind to deal with the turbulence, to deal with the headwinds and the crosswinds, to deal with life that is trying to knock you off track on a regular basis. You have an autopilot system that you can program, just like an airplane, to keep you on course, to keep you on track, to keep you strong, to keep you fighting, to keep you adaptable, to keep your emotions in check. Can you imagine that? That's how you were made. That's how you were built. You just didn't realize it till now. I believe in you. I don't even know you, and I believe in you. How can I say that? Because you're here. 2020 knocked the legs out of a lot of people that aren't here. The circumstances got to them. The difficulty of life got to them. They couldn't adapt. They couldn't they let their emotions get the best of them. They weren't willing to fight. I wish I could see you right now because I tell you to give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it. Stay alert, stay vigilant because the best is ahead of you. The best is ahead of you. Your best days are ahead, and I know it. And I listened to that economist this morning, and that fired me up. I'm like, wow, there's opportunity coming because everything in life has to get messy before it gets magnificent. And 2020 was awful messy. So the only thing that is ahead of us is magnificent. Will you take the reins and grasp it? The opportunities are ahead of you. A rising tide lifts all ships. HL Flake knows where they're going. IKS knows where they're going. Are you going with them? I hope so. I hope you're so excited about 2021, 2022, 2023, and the rest of it because it is all there for you. CS introduced me. My name's Mike Calderwood. I am passionate more than anything about helping people live better lives, build better businesses, and just dominate all aspects of their life. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your attention today. If you've not been over to my booth, get over there. I'm not there right now to man it, but please head over there, click connect. I have some amazing opportunities and some amazing things coming up in my world that will help you build a more profitable and sustainable business in 2021 if that interests you. I appreciate your time and attention. I don't take it lightly. It's been an amazing event today, and I hope to see you over at the networking event. I'm done. I hope you found value in this. CS, back to you. Drago.
Hi, Drago sucks. USA. Now, I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you so much for that. That was a great way to wrap up the show and wrap up a very long 12 or 13 months for us. All right, everyone, we are at the end of the show. We're going to bring back the New York and the Houston crews to say a little farewell. While we're getting them up on screen, I'm going to go ahead and give you one last reminder about taking advantage of the discounts. They're all good through Monday, the 12th. Call your favorite sales rep by the end of Monday and make sure you take advantage. Also, we're going to be doing the prize giveaway at the end of this week. Once we tally all the extra ticket entries for all the money you all spent today, we're going to do the drawing towards the end of the week. You don't have to be present to win. We're going to do a video recording and we're going to put it up on YouTube for all to see. And then we will reach out to the winners the following week. And lastly, just want to thank you guys for being here. Let's see, do we have our New York crew and our Houston crew up? Mark, Sean, do you guys want to say anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, certainly. I'd like to, first of all, thank the customers. We had a lot of customers, come to the show. I was just going around, spending some time in the booths. A lot of interaction. People kind of understand better kind of how to do these virtual things, and really some great interaction there. So I want to thank all the customers. And then secondly, I want to thank, again, the HL Flake team. It's been a wild year and a half, but a great year and a half. And, I learned a lot from them this year, lessons that I'll take with me for the rest of my life. So thank you, everybody, and appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. We really appreciate it. Thank you to the customers. Thanks, Sean, IKS, CS, everybody, all their hard work over there. JB did an excellent job. All of our vendors that were able to join the event, and all of my wonderful coworkers. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Had a great time. Hope to see you in person soon. So, yeah.
And all of our customers.
Every one of our customers, all of them.
Yep, and we all did a great job today. I do want to say to our customers one last thing. When I say we're grateful, we are beyond grateful. In the last 8 months, I don't know if you realize, we have brought you 2 virtual trade shows and over 100 educational courses. We wouldn't be able to do that without your support. If you guys keep showing up, we will keep providing content for you. From all of our friends here in Houston, New York, Bend, Oregon, and the AKG team, we'll see you on the next one. Take care.
This last song's for you. Writings on the wall. We're in superstition. Ladder's about to fall. We're telling mother, baby, broke the looking glass. superstition ain't the way. Well, in superstition, wash your face and hands. Rid me of the problem. Do all that you can. Keep me in a dead ring. Keep me going strong. You don't want to set me. Said my song. Superstition ain't the way. Superstition, nothing more to say. Very superstitious, devil's on his way. But till mother baby, rose the looking glass. 7 years later, good thing in your past. If you believe in things you don't understand, that you suffer. Superstition ain't the way.
Thanks, CS, for having us. This last song's for you.